Welcome back to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll, and I think I have to adjust this camera, or I'm going to fall off the screen. Hold on. There's the gravity is pulling me. All right, and in our round 7 match, round 1 for today, thank you, we have Hideaki Ueda versus Oliver Squire. Hideaki Ueda is currently leading the tournament. He has, I believe, off memory, 10 match points and is playing basically a 2 PR. And in second place currently, we have Michihito Kageyama, Michi, with 7 points, and I believe he's playing around a 2.3. I have these numbers, like exact numbers, on my phone, so of course I can find those. Oliver Squire, I believe. Let's just check this out here. Get the official numbers here. Oliver Squire has 6 points and is playing a 3.72, and Marc Olsen has a single point, just one. Is currently playing really good, though, playing at a 3.38 PR. So we have Hideaki Ueda at a 2.06 with 10 points. Michihito Kageyama with a 2. That's like one of the best names ever, by the way. Playing a 2.3 with 7 points. Oliver Squire playing a 3.72, 6 points. And Marc with 1 point playing a 3.38. So there's a chance Marc becomes mathematically eliminated from the competition in this round or the next one. And then it goes down to 3 people playing this round-robin tournament. All 12 rounds will be played, though, for sure, unless somehow the separation between players becomes so big that they become mathematically eliminated. So we will be having Oliver Squire and Hideaki Ueda starting very soon. I know everyone is in the other room already, just discussing the rules, how it works if Marc gets eliminated, and then how it proceeds from there. And once that's sorted, we will begin. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, of course, and subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, that would be great. So the UBC format works where you get rewarded for having the lower performance rating. Similar to golf, the lower the number, the better. So when you play a 2.0, which is what Hideaki's playing, that is about as close to perfect as a human can play this game so far. And you get rewarded in every match where you win the match, you win a single point, and every time you win the overall PR for the match or have the lower PR number, you get a point. And whoever has the most points by the end of it is going to be playing Ziziska in the finals in the Czech Republic later this year, which I also hope to be at. So from the looks of it now, it looks like it's a battle between Hideaki Ueda and Michihito Kageyama as far as PR is concerned. Although I will say Oliver is very close to Michi on points, and if they can get some match wins and PR wins in there, their point totals can rise. So I would say it's a very, very important match on stream 2 between Michi and Marc. It will determine whether or not Marc stays in the competition, and if Michi's able to win the match and the PR and kind of close the gap on Hideaki, depending on what happens here in this match as well, it will really tell the tale for the rest of the day. And there are our totals. Hideaki winning 5 out of 6 matches with 5 out of 6 PR wins. Pretty good. Pretty good. So they can still hear me when it's on. I was unaware I could still be heard when this was on. So clearly very unlucky for Marc to be playing a 3.38 and have 0 wins. I think he was close in some of these matches, but the dice just totally went against him in every single one of these, and it's quite an anomaly, you know, and he had one rough match PR-wise against Oliver last night in round 6, which raised their PR significantly because Marc was playing, I believe, before round 6, like a 2.8 overall, which is fantastic, which was good enough to basically win in almost every other year except for this one. And we are off. Apparently, they've started. They look like a 2-1 slot, followed by a 5-2 split, followed by a 6-2 covering and splitting. I was able to recreate the match in my mind's eye. And Oliver is not even playing. Is he just practicing? What's happening here? It is Hideaki Ueda versus Ghost Oliver. Ooh, Oliver, is that you? Oliver, is that you? Okay. That is this. Okay, well. I also I also play the both sides of like matches in practice. You get double the practice in the same amount of time, so this is good. I don't want to waste my good dice though. Wow. Good roll. Still counter prime possible here. 6-4, not ideal having to make the 2-point. Six, 3, perfect roll.
Okay.
All right.
We were playing it one time, right?
I thought
So,
I don't know though.
apparently
Exact
Oliver loses
rule
game
about
1.
dice on checker.
Yeah, because
But
in Sweden they were playing dice on checkers
and the
in the UBC.
UBV.
Nice to see
it's also
Hideaki in
legal.
the traditional
That
Japanese
matters. So you don't say anything.
attire
Yeah.
again.
Because
Certainly a
people in
throwback to
Sweden were
his
saying
UBC
always in
final
UBC, dice on
against
checkers
Mochi
count, so
Ah.
I just assumed it
a few
was,
years ago,
but not.
where they played
I
in
don't know
Japan.
why.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
That was probably like the most epic UBC final there ever was so far. Someone asked, did Hideaki lose the PR in the match that he lost? I don't think so. I think the only match PR he lost was to Marc Olsen. And Marc Olsen won the match PR in that match. But lost the match, of course, because he's on 0 wins. They had an 8 cube in that match and was over in, I believe, like maybe, I don't know, 2 games. All right. This is morning voice, Justin. I'm sure as the day goes on, we will warm up and get a bit lit. But as of right now, in this room that is oh so quiet, as the tournament hasn't started yet for the day, for everyone else, my voice reverberates a bit too much, so I don't think I'll be screaming as I normally might be until significantly later. So 5-3 hits, of course. 2-3. Will we be having the XG feed on stream 1 for this? I know I saw Mehmet in the other room. Maybe the 5 comes down and the 4 just steps up. This seems reasonable. Four, 2. Looks pretty strong to just make the 4-point here. And all Hideaki wants to do is escape this back checker, and this number perfectly does that to make the 11, and he's just trying to figure out whether or not he wants to make the 5-point or escape the back checker and make the 11. And of course, I like this play. It looks pretty strong. It does 2 good things. It makes a new point and escapes the back man, and all black wants to do is just sit back there and cause as much trouble for white as possible as they bear in. And so, you know, having a good roll here seems pretty critical for white. They don't want to leave a shot as they start coming around. 5-2 doesn't leave a shot, but it doesn't build any new points either. And I don't think he wants to step up with anything. I think he just wants to cover and maybe play 13-11. Like I said, he wants to create as much contact as possible, means he wants to stay as far back as possible. That way there's more bad numbers if he rolls it. I don't have a feed. You have to realize I can hear you. So now, of course, he just wants to calculate the race. Feel free to take me off the screen and put the XG feed up if you'd like. I can see it's running because the pip count is there. So he's up 20 pips, which is certainly enough. I think there's still plenty of contact in this position, though, so I think the take is quite easy. I think he could quite easily leave a shot. There's still a gap on the 4-point, which he's going to have to fill in, which might not be easy. But of course, he just wants to know the race before he takes this cube. If he passes, I will be shocked. Okay, luckily for me, there's no need to be shocked. 5-1. Four, 6, okay. Seems nice. We just make the board. So 4-1, 4-2. Numbers like this will make the board. 6-3, just points on the 2-point. That could be useful. It does take a builder away from making the 4, though, which could be difficult. And I'm not sure if you want to come out to the 18 versus playing 13-7. If our goal is to create contact, then it might be in our best interest to stay there. But, of course, that involves us breaking our midpoint, which we might not want to do because it leaves a shot with an ace. But do we want the contact more? Are we trying to make it harder or easier for our opponent to come home? If he hits us with an ace, do we make a second anchor? Will that make it more difficult for him to come home? Tara, he is transcribing, right? No worries. I mean, I like seeing myself as well. Yeah, I find that to be interesting. Not exactly sure if that's correct versus 13-7. It does decrease the contact zone, but it does allow him to keep the mid for a little while longer. So maybe you gain a bit of extra contact on the 13-point with this play. And here, very tough because, of course, you know you can hit and make the 7, which seems nice. But, of course, you also might have trouble filling in the 4 later on, right? So filling in the 4-point also seems like it might be a good idea. So balancing these two options are difficult because if you do this, you still have to fill in the 4, and that might not be easy, but it will make it easier to clear the midpoint. So it ends up being quite the tricky situation. Three, 1. Yeah. Seems okay. I think the reason why he steps up like this is so he can throw himself into the outfield with a 6. I think he just wants to make sure that he can keep his 3-point for as long as possible and not be forced off of it with some random 6 with the other checker stuck back on the 24 as the game proceeds. 6-1, no, 6-2, okay. He should just hop out, of course. Hopping out seems like the way to really help preserve your timing. And then what you do with the 2 is totally up to you. I don't really have a preference. Apparently the computer likes staying there versus running because if they roll a number like 4-2 or 4-3 and make the 3-point, sorry, not the 3-point, the 4-point, he'll have a direct ace shot at the blot. But of course he rolls 6-4 and gets to make the point and clean up the blot at the same time. So that is top tier rolling if I've ever seen it. 6-5 makes the ace point. Thank you for smashing the like button, Jesper. Very much appreciated. As we all know, the algorithm, which we must bow to, approves of thumbs up. That's what it eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 6-1 just slots the ace. 6-4 would be ugly for white, but 6-3 would be perfect. 5-1 just covers. And on black's next roll, they're hoping to roll some number that hops off their anchor, just so they don't crunch their forward position. And they are lucky enough to do so. So the 4-3 just runs off. And double ones closes the board and rips the checker off. Very nice roll. Great start for Hideaki to, I mean, potentially win. Oh, 6-1, the worst, the absolute worst. Now Oliver wants to fan because so many numbers are going to leave shots next roll. Oliver does fan. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4, 6-3. All of these numbers leave a shot. I think, okay, maybe we just play to the, oh, he's ripping 2 off. Very nice. Tricky, tricky, tricky. It's funny, like positions like this we reach quite frequently, but we still have to take the time to kind of figure out what we think is the better variation. Every time. And a 4 in the window, of course, Oliver. Never misses. Very, very, very difficult person to play against when you just know he's going to hit you. Double 6. Comes around and bears in. So this is not great distribution, because the next time you roll a 6 or a 5, you're going to have to open your board. Does he roll a number that big? No, he doesn't. He gets to take one off before opening up. This is very good for him. Now the difference is only 5 checkers, but still, I'm not sure it's good enough. It might be. I mean, Oliver doubled it. This is a good decision. His PR went down. You know, not every one of White's checkers are stacked on the point. Look at this. It's basically even money. Okay, so we're both right and wrong. Don't do higher evaluation. Okay, it's exactly the same. I didn't want it to make me be wrong. That would be rude. I wasn't even sure it was a cube, but Oliver found the double here. Genius. And now he took off an extra one without having to open up the board. This is a fantastic roll for Oliver. Now 4-2. I think we just take a checker off. The 4 point, I would possibly. I mean, I know we could just clear from the rear, but I think we just want to take a checker off and just... I think it's really important to take checkers off here. If we clear the 6 and he rolls a 6, and I haven't taken an extra checker off, I haven't saved a roll. This saves a roll, and he did roll a 6. Luckily for Oliver, the point is still closed. 6-1, better than 6-2, but that goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. And now does he want to enter or does he want to fan? I think he wants to fan, unless he rolled double 6, because there are some awkward numbers, but Oliver's not going to roll them. See, Oliver's PR is coming down. 6-3, okay. Comes in and comes out, and now he takes 2 more off. Hideaki's going to need some help. That is not strong enough. Hideaki has 9 checkers left. Oliver has 8, and Oliver's on roll, so he also doesn't miss here. So now he's on a 3-roll position, and Hideaki's going to need to start with some big doubles in order to have a chance here. 4-1 is not ideal, but he is even now, so a big double on the next roll will give him a chance. And Oliver rolled an ace, so there's a chance of another ace and another ace to... Well, that's a long shot. Doubles, no, he doesn't. Just 6-1. If Oliver doesn't roll an ace this roll, he doesn't, and the game is over. And Oliver picks up 4 points in this very first game. Hideaki was crushing him until he rolled that 6-1, which left him very, very awkward. And Oliver's PR is back down. Of course. Very nice job from Oliver. Able to turn that game around and find a very nice recube and bring the game to victory. Quite impressive, the strength of the young Oliver Squire. Now he changes his opening strategy to running to try to cut down on the amount of contact in the position, because the less contact there is, the fewer gammons he's going to lose, and the easier it will be for him to maintain his lead. 3-1 just makes the 5-point. So Oliver gets to clean up that checker most likely, so the 5 comes down, and I think the ace will just step up. Just in case white doesn't roll a 5 to cover, it'll allow him to see out and be able to hop out into the outfield. 6-3, reroll, please. 5, okay, the 5 is good. The 5 makes the 8-point, blocking his 6s to leave, and I think the 2 should just split. Just in case black rolls something good to make the 5 or make the 4, there's a chance we're able to make an advanced anchor or escape one of our checkers, which would be nice. Oliver does make the 4-point. Now white's looking to roll a 2 to make an anchor. 4-2 would be like one of the best numbers. Able to make the 20-point. Or do something similar, like making the advanced anchor and the 4 and coming down. 4-1, less than ideal. I like this, and stepping up, maybe. Looks better than this. Yeah, I don't love this 4. It does leave a 1-6 and a 2-5 to be hit. It also doesn't fight for your most advanced anchor. Oliver rolls a number that punishes the play, puts him on the roof, and notice that after this variation, if he had rolled a 5, he would have been able to make the 20-point anchor by just being on the 20-point. But this worked out. He now has the 5 prime. (4-1). Tough. Are we double hitting, or are we just making the 8? I think the normal play is to make the 8. You know, the fear I have is that he just kind of rolls this forward, 4-2, so this has to step up now. We're not allowed to just linger back there for the rest of the game. We have to fight to escape with our back checkers. We have to make sure that our forward position doesn't start to crunch, so Oliver's looking to do anything to make the 5 right now. So the 1 has to hit, and the 4 just comes down. Doesn't really have much of a choice. He has to fight for this point and just cross his fingers that he gets away with it. Don't think Hideaki has anything here. I think he just has to roll and hope he rolls a 5. He rolls a 6-3, which is not as good as a 5. Certainly not. And now Oliver's thinking about something, but of course, you know, even if he makes this, he still has to escape, which is could be very difficult. He fans. Does he have anything now? The question I really have is, will he lose his market if he rolls a 2? Oh, of course the score. I'm silly. 3 away, 7 away. He's got absolutely nothing. Maybe at some other scores, maybe at in neutral score, even score, money game, I would double. But at this score, there's just no chance. Absolutely no chance. The game's just going to go from not good enough to too good. And then any variation where he gets in a spot where he could just lose, he'd rather just lose 1 point than face a 4 cube at any point. So I like this. I like the 6 down and the 4 in. But he sees that there is another play here. This is wrong by 1.5%. There must be, I think by doing it the other way, maybe your 6s play better than having to slot the 1 point, because the problem with slotting the 1 point is if he hits you, now you have 2 checkers behind a 5 prime. Oliver, does he roll a 2? No. And this is where the 6s play poorly, because now you have to slot the 1, where if you stayed further back, the 6 could have gone just on top of the stack. So now I see why there was a big difference. And 7-4, 7-1 is such a strong play. There's 2 on the roof. So if he hits you, you're just going to enter unless you roll 6-5, double 6, double 5. So, like, That's the problem, is you're going to enter, and so you're going to just play on the fan and then cover sequences, but he doesn't fan. He enters, and now Hideaki is doing well. And if he doesn't enter with a 4 right now, he might have something. 1-5, terrible number. And I'm wondering if he has, like, anything after this. Maybe not, but it's getting close. Because the second black's position starts to crunch, he is dead. D-E-A-D. Dead. I was going to make a joke and spell it incorrectly, but I didn't want anyone who is a non-native English speaker or was unfamiliar with the joke to think that I didn't know how to spell the word dead, so I just spelled it correctly. But you can see that Oliver is negative equity in this position by looking at the XG feed, right? Like, he is not doing well. But he has to play with this double hitting play because he might fan and then cover, and this might give him the time to step up and get out. Maybe he's just thinking about the cube action here as well, going, okay, like, if I make this play and Hideaki decides to double, like, what am I doing? I think he knows he has to take because he could just fan and cover and then roll a 3 and hop out. Or he could start to crunch and Hideaki could just fan for ages as he steps up and hops out. But having 2 checkers behind that 5 prime obviously is significantly worse than just having 1 behind the 5 prime. He's certainly just thinking through the different variations here and how this might play out. Maybe he's thinking, okay, if I don't hit, maybe white enters again and then they start to crunch themselves on the other side. And he's thinking maybe that is the path to victory, right? By allowing white to enter and then starting to crunch. Because he can see that he's crunching himself right now, but I don't think that is going to work out because white could just fan and then you could crunch next roll. I think the way you keep yourself from crunching as quickly is by just trying to make the full board. Thank you, Todd, for understanding the joke in the chat. Much appreciated. GG, nice to see you today. Tony, good to see you in the chat. Thank you all for tuning in today. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with me, and I appreciate it. My name is Justin Knoll. I will be your commentator for the week here. This is day 2 of the knockout for the UBC tournament. And this is a big match for both of these players. And Hideaki is looking very, very zen at the moment. You can tell this is not ideal. I think that's what the plan he's thinking about is just maybe letting him enter and then crunching. But closing the board will give you the time you need to step up because even when your board starts to crunch, he still has to enter with 2 checkers, which might be hard. That will then potentially, of course, it's still a tough road for Oliver, but it will potentially give you the time to roll a 2 or a 3 and then maybe a 6. I agree. Is that your actual username? Ueda is phenomenal. And that's pretty good. Oliver, of course, finding the correct play. Of course, Hideaki's been thinking, do I have a cube here? He sees that he's out of time, and it is very, very, very close. Not just very close, but very, very, very close. Of course, we were thinking about it, because we can see that this is not great for Oliver anymore. He's up 41 pips, but has 2 checkers behind a 5 prime. And of course, being up in the race is only good if you can use your race lead. And he can't use it because he's still stuck behind a prime. And if you can't use it, you might lose it. Yeah, it's a nice close-up cam for sure. I was looking at this cube as well, you know, because we're thinking through these variations. If he chooses to hit, do I have a cube? If he doesn't choose to hit, do I have a cube, right? We're thinking of the two different plays before our opponents even made them and just thinking through the cube decisions. And I wasn't sure, but I thought it was close. But this has definitely worked out better for Oliver. 2-6, you just hop out. You just hop out. It's too good to not just hop out. This is like a super joker. And now Oliver is in command if Hideaki doesn't roll an ace, and he doesn't. And now he is doing really good. So good, in fact, that he has a cube. No swing on that roll, huh? 6-3. Oh my gosh, look at this. The next best perfect number. Now the question is, does he have the time to not just hop out? And look how close it is to just close the board. Imagine that, 2-6 followed by 3-6. Rude. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, this, I know I can see the results, but in my mind, this could be a very big decision one way or the other to choose to hop out, because you could crunch now very easily. But with 2 on the roof, there's no saying that he ever enters, and you will have an unlimited amount of time, it will feel like, to roll that 6. And so now it's just probably too good. And now it's not too good anymore, maybe. Now it's not too good anymore, I don't think. I mean, there's still so many gammons if you roll a 6. I guess my question then becomes is like, okay, so let's say you don't roll a 6 and you have to break your 6 point. What then, right? Do you still have a cube anymore after that? And if you don't, maybe it's not too good right now. Because I think I would just pass if I were. I think I would just pass if I were white here. Double 5s, terrible. Not as bad as double 4s, and it was basically even money, double no double in that situation. He fans, of course, and now he's got nothing. Double 1s, okay. Certainly better than some numbers. 4-3 would have been terrible, but I mean, there's no doubt that Oliver's going to roll a 6. No doubt. 6, okay, he's entered with 1. Oliver is in some serious trouble now if he doesn't pop the 6 right now. 4-3, okay. Hideaki doesn't do anything. He does nothing. I've seen these positions before. 6-5 enters and hits. This was a cube. Oh, I guess at the score. For money, no. At the score, and now this is just a pass. Wow, he snuck one out there. Wow, what a cube. Nice look, Bill. Cube at the score for sure. For money, I've looked at those, and those are not doubles for money, but that was a big miss, actually, for Hideaki at the score. For money, that is definitely not a cube, but a cube at the score. Great position. Great position to kind of look at later. That was actually quite quick for how Hideaki normally plays. He normally would pause a little bit longer in a situation like that, so that's interesting. And now Oliver's actually winning the PR in this match after that last decision. That 2-6 followed by the 3-6. Notice that not hopping out did actually cost him the game. He wasn't able to roll a 6 and roll double 5s instead, and then facilitated the crunch, and then he entered with 1 and the crunch continued to happen. So yeah, that was a really big decision, and you never know. Like, you might be thinking to yourself, did I make the best play here? You know, you could be thinking that maybe you made an error. And that is the reason why you lost, because the players don't have access to the XG feed information right now, right? Okay, so now he's on the roof against a 4-point board. There's another blot in the outfield, right? And you're trailing 3 away, 6 away. So we must cube. And look how big of a pass this is already, a 350 pass at the score. Of course, Oliver gets rid of this. He doesn't want anything to do with it. He'd rather just maintain, of course, his match lead. But now the new score is what? 3 away, 5 away. Five three enters with both. PR is very close. Hideaki has a small lead. 5-4, so the 5 covers and the 4 just steps up, because anything else will leave a shot somewhere with nothing to gain from it. Anytime we have a blot on the 1 point, we just want to cover it as like a matter of fact. It turns the liability of the blot on the ace point to an asset of sorts, and a lot of people don't like to make the 1 point. A lot of old school players, of course, have a thing against it, but the bots have kind of turned that around, where if there is a blot there, you should just cover it. We'll add an extra fanning number if you ever hit your opponent throughout the rest of the game instead of you allowing them to hit you, which must be better. So this just goes to the 2, because there is no other way to play this without leaving a shot. And we don't want to leave a shot. It doesn't seem like it's something we want to do right now. You could slot the better point and play 8-7. Apparently that's really close on the computer, wrong by about 1%. But I like not leaving shots. This is just a bias I have, of course. Double 6, okay. This just comes, I think, all the way around. You could make the 7, but I think you just come all the way around, because if you make the 7, the problem with that is now you have to clear the 14 point and the 13 point, and this is a problem. And this is actually a question I have in a lesson I created. Very, very similar situation, where it's just better to come all the way around instead of having 2 outside points to clear. Double 1s makes the structure, and now the race lead says it is good enough to cube. So he has 4 or fewer checkers on the midpoint. He's up by, about 20%, so the cube is clear. And the take is also, quite easy. His structure's decent, and there's plenty of contact here. But of course, the market loss will happen anytime he rolls a large enough double to clear the midpoint without leaving a shot. So we double, and you just take. Oh, Bach. Okay, good. 5-1 just makes the 2 point. Yeah, I thought about this other play, actually, 13-8, 2-1, but 2-1 is just so hard to make. And here I would just make the 4. If you're playing for contact, you just want to make your board, and just sit there and wait and wait and wait, and just build and build and build. 2-1 is awkward. Does this mean you have to take the checker? No, you don't. You could play 8-6, 2-1. That is better than this for sure. Because you don't like getting rid of the spare on the 6 point, right? And if you're up so much in the race, you don't really need a board, because you're not expecting your opponent to ever give you a shot anyway, right? Why would they just be breaking their anchor down 30 pips in a race, right? It doesn't make any sense. So all you have to do as black here is just play in a flexible way so you don't leave shots as the game goes on. You don't need those home board points. So playing 8-6, 2-1 is actually clear, because all you're thinking about is flexibility and distribution. Flexibility and distribution. That's it. If you're thinking about anything else, Hopefully it's like food. That would be nice. 6-5, comes down, makes the point. 6-4. I guess I would hold on for a roll. Maybe I would just make the board instead of playing 2 down. Maybe I wait 1 roll, right? You just wait 1 roll because it looks like there's an inflection point coming up for black on their next roll where they might roll something awkward and we might make their life just tough enough to make it worth it. So I think we just sit here for a little while longer. We just make the board, have the funny builder on the 2-point, and maybe they roll something silly. 3-2. This just plays overhead because, of course, they're not going to leave a shot against a 5-point board. And now we have a great decision. Should we come off of our anchor or should we play 2 down? And, you see, because of the flat position, it doesn't feel all that threatening, and we would like to keep the contact. So, yeah, 22-11 is reasonable. I was just thinking, like, if I roll something like a 9, 10, or 11, do I run off? These are the questions that I'm asking. Because I don't want to make it easier for the checkers on the mid to come home. And once their structure starts to look like it did in that moment, I don't feel as threatened as white on my anchor. Nice play, of course, just slotting the board, waiting for contact. 4-2, needs to play 13-7 now, leaving an 8 to hit. Double 2s is blocked, so it's just 6-2, 5-3, and double 4s. So instead of the normal 6 numbers, they only get 5. But I can hear it in Hideaki's cup. No, 6-4, nothing. So, of course, Oliver would love to point on him. Pick and pass numbers are also in the mix. This doesn't do any of that, but it does clean up the blood and just gives him a very strong racing lead. Double 6 for Hideaki. That racing lead is gone. Forced play. Now Hideaki takes a lead, holding a 2-cube. He's up by 1 pip, holding a 2-cube on roll, and Oliver has significant wastage with an open 4-point as well. And so now he's like, am I in range to offer a recube? And okay, so what is his take point on a 4-cube? Look at this, it's already a pass. I mean, I'm trying to talk through it as if the XG feed isn't there. But wow, he only wins 20% of the time. I wish I didn't look. I'm going to have to cover this up somehow. Because when he doubles and he passes, the score ends up being 3-away, 3-away. And at 3-away, 3-away, it's 50% match winning chances, right? If he doubles and he takes and he loses, Hideaki will be winning 1-away, Crawford 3-away, which is 75-25. And if he takes, he wins. Which would, of course, give Oliver the match win, which means Hideaki would have 0. So 75 over... Actually, 75 is the denominator here. So his take point is what, like 33% then? Is that right? 25 over 75? If his take point's 33%, he can't think that he wins that much here, which is why it's a 600 pass. Because for money, this would just be a very, not a very small pass, maybe like a 100 pass. But the reason why it's a 600 pass is because his take point is super elevated at the score. So if I've done the math correctly in my own head, I think his take point is around 33%. Which should, once Oliver has this knowledge, make the pass easier. But if he takes this, his PR is tanked. Tanked. But I could see a way that he takes this. I could see a way. Because you're like, I'm only down a pip, right? And when you start off with the thought, I'm only down a pip, you could talk yourself into doing a bunch of crazy stuff. Right? Okay, nice, nice, Oliver. I was nervous for a moment, but he's allowed to take his time. I was nervous for a moment, but he's allowed to take his time. Okay, so now the score is 3 away, 3 away. 3 away, 3 away. So we're now entering a 3-point match. Hideaki wins the opening roll, so he has a small favorite now. 5-2. Just splits and comes down. 3 away, 3 away is an interesting score if we start thinking about like take points. And a take point, of course, is just like the point where you can take a cube. And a gammonless situation is kind of what I'm referring to. In long races, I think your take point is around 25%, but in a last roll position at 3 away, 3 away, your take point's actually 30% instead of 25. So, you know, towards the end of the game, a lot of things can change. And 6-2 is a very good roll that allows him to escape to make this outside point here, which really helps him out quite a bit. And now we need to see how much he's down in the race. So he's only down 10 pips after the play. So clearly you could just make the 5 or you can just make the 7. And he's really just considering whether or not there's any value in advancing his anchor anywhere, right? Depending on how far down in the race you are, will determine if we feel like stepping up. And if we step up, do we step up all the way? Do we step up halfway, right? And do the in-between play of making the 4-point anchor and the 5-point because of how much value making the 5-point adds to our position? It's a very tricky value calculation here. Because, of course, all we're trying to do is find out, like, okay, in which variation is my position better with my opponent on roll next, right? And this denies them the 5-point. It stops them from priming you. So you can see that there's value here, but it also feels weird not developing your forward position. (5-4). I don't think he's, going to do anything that's going to leave a shot. I mean, you could make the 11 and play to the 4, but I think you don't want to leave a shot, but it was something to think about. Here, Hideaki just double slots his board. Oliver rolls 5-1. So there's real consideration whether or not you want to make the 2 or just play 13-8 and 2-1. Notice that the computer is trying to find a play that strips the midpoint early. So if you roll doubles like double 2s or something, maybe you can bring it even closer instead of just bringing it down to the 11 and having to break the contact 6 away from your opponent's anchor, noticing that it's doing that more frequently. And all we're doing as like high-level backgammon players are just noticing these patterns, recognizing the patterns, and just playing them over the board, right? See pattern, play pattern, see pattern, play pattern. So like throughout the backgammon career, you just go through games and games and games and positions and cut out situations and notice situations and just recognize the patterns. And high-level backgammon players, I think, are just really, really, really strong at pattern recognition. And that's it, right? There was a lot less math than you might think. I say that as I do the calculation for your take point. Your take point at the previous score. I go, no, there's no math, but there's some, of course. Although you could just remember the numbers as well, which is the path a lot of people take. (6-5), and then the 5 just covers. Not because we need to cover, but any other 5 just kind of strips our outside position a bit too much. And here I think we should just double slot, getting ready to make the 5-point board if possible. But of course, he had to think about it a little bit because there's a chance that shots could be left now. 6-2, yes, this looks like a very good tactical time to make a play like this because there's 2 blots in his board. And he's going to have trouble trying to clear that point. And so he finds this moment now to take that chance. And now it's a bit more critical for him to find a way to bring that checker to safety, because if he doesn't do it and he gets hit, obviously that's not ideal, but he does. 6-2, another 8, brings it all the way here. And his race lead is 22 pips. After the play, it's 12. So is 12 enough to offer a cube? I think it is, because like I said, his take point is elevated, where it might not be for money. Your take point for money in a gammonless position is around 22%. Here it's elevated at 25, but apparently it's not good enough. Close, very close, much closer than it would be for money. Only a 2% error to offer this cube. Oliver knows all these things and, of course, talked himself into a cube, just like I might have. Your race lead is minimal. It's literally right at around 12%, which I would think is like the bare minimum. But because he has the 2-point and the 1-point made, his flexibility is a bit of an issue. It just wasn't yet, but it was very close. It's hard to know exactly. And now, depending on what he rolls next, this might be a market loser. Although maybe not. It just depends on the race lead, yeah. And then the 1 slots. So that was a great sequence for Oliver. Double 5s, of course, just fills in the board. Of course, he could still leave a shot from here. It's just unlikely. (6-2). The 2 comes like this. Now a 6 will cover. Of course, Oliver just wants to strip the 8-point and then clear it. 6-5, okay. He wants that roll next time. That'll help him bring in the 8. He doesn't want numbers like 6-1 or 6-3. Even double 6 leaves a shot. Double 5s leaves a shot as well. How about I mention non-shot leaving numbers? 4-2, okay, that perfectly clears the point. Now there won't be any shots for quite a while. It may be never, depending on what Oliver rolls. 5-1, do we wait for a moment? Maybe I do. Thank you all for tuning in today. Please, if you haven't yet, smash the like button on the video. It would really help out the algorithm, which, of course, we must sacrifice to every day before the stream starts. (6-1), okay, so there might be shot leaving potential now. Of course, Oliver could roll 6-5 next roll and leave a shot. Hideaki now has to leave, though, with double 6, so he can't even stick around for 6-5, so it would be funny if Oliver rolled it. Double 5s, okay, not nearly as funny, certainly from Hideaki's perspective. The PR is fairly close. They're about half a PR point away, and 2-1 is terrible, of course. He went from having little winning chances to almost none. 3-1 rips 2 off. 4-2, the 4 comes in, the 2 comes off. Hideaki doesn't have to worry about missing with low numbers, because if he rolls low numbers, he's going to lose anyway. So he has to play for the variations where he rolls large numbers. That number is not large. That number basically almost guarantees that the game is over. 6-4. Needs to start off with double 6s here in order to have a chance. No. And that is it. So now we are at the Crawford game, meaning that Hideaki does not have access to the cube right now, just for this one game. We are at 1 away, Crawford 3 away, which means, mathematically speaking, that Hideaki still has about 25% match-winning chances. So not 0 by any means. He just has to win 2 games in a row, this one and the next one. Double 1s makes the 4-point on his head. One 4, I think, enters and just goes to the 20. Fighting for an advanced anchor early while there's still few checkers in the zone. It's only 8 in the zone, so there's not that strong. The upside of being able to get away with this is really good. Oliver hits with 6-2, fights for the 5. You can't just let him make it. And if Hideaki rolls a 5, he'll have a game here. And if he doesn't, he could be in trouble. 5-6, I want to re-roll, but only the 6. Double 2s, this hits, of course, so we must, and then make the 11. Nice roll. Oliver rolls 5-6. Okay, this is why the 11 point was good. Makes him play awkward here. And I guess the question is, does he hit on the 2? Does he play 24 to 18? These are like the main plays that I would think of here. I can see they're both very close. Oliver is choosing the attacking play, or at least he's looking at it to see if there's any value here versus splitting to the 18. We know we don't like being on the 18 and the 20 at the same time, so it's difficult to do that sometimes, and this just makes the 5 point on his head. Advantage Hideaki. Four, 6, okay. This just comes in and maybe just comes out. We could play 13-7, really, wow. What we do with the 6 in these situations when we enter from the roof is like an entire folder of positions on my computer. Very, very tough decisions sometimes, whether or not you want to come out, come down. Double 5s. Nice blitz. You know, blitzing doesn't really... Okay, I mean, of course this is going to be the best play, but winning a gammon at this score doesn't really do anything for Hideaki. I know it gets him an extra point, but that extra point really isn't worth anything at the score. So, you know, Oliver losing a gammon, as long as it's not a backgammon, which of course would be terrible. 6-4, okay. So we hit maybe with the 6 and play the 4 down. Maybe this gives us more ammunition to try to make the 4 point next roll. Seems like a decent option. With 2 on the roof, it's hard to be punished. And I think the more ammunition we have to attack, the better. So 13-9, 13-7, my play is only off by like 0.002, okay. 22-18, 13-7 is slightly better. I guess it's a better play when they enter with a 4, is what the computer's thinking. Okay, reasonable. For 1, he gets to anchor. Double 4s. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we just come all the way around and make the 7. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, and then just make the 7. We get hit with 2-6 and 4-6. That's not that many numbers. There's also a blot and black's board, so it won't hurt that much. And it does escape the last guy, which must be good. This play does a lot of good stuff. Double 3s fans. All right, so 5-3. Maybe we just come down and bring this checker in to the 7. That way there's no shots being left for Oliver to potentially hit, which I like. I like not leaving shots for him to hit, because if anyone can hit them, Oliver can. I have full faith in his ability to hit me from the roof. Therefore, I will leave no shots. And then just work on clearing my midpoint next roll. And I have problems with making this point because when I make a point that's 6 away from my opponent's anchor, when they enter, I then have to break it. And I have a new video coming out on Galaxy some point that I've already recorded. And, you know, this is one of the themes in there is like if you make it, you then have to break it. And that is a point you could lose from when you make it. So now that he's entered, right, we might have an issue. Even though we've helped ourselves clear the midpoint right now, we still have to find a way to clear the 10 point, which might not be easy. I mean, it might be easy, but it might not be easy. I don't know what he's going to roll. Oliver slots the 5. Both plays are close. 5-3 just makes the 8 point. You should definitely just make the 8. It'll make clearing the 10 much easier now that there's 4 points to land on in front of that. So, yeah. I think maybe I just play 13-7 instead of making the 2 because I'm looking to make priming structure, and the 2 point with the gap on the 3 is not priming structure. Here we just make the 2 point. So far, so good for Hideaki. 4-2, unfortunately has to clear this point out of order, which is out of order. 5-2 slots the 8 in the bar. You want the bar because the bar is part of your priming structure. If you make it and then he enters on an ace after you hit him, you have him trapped. 4-2 doesn't do the thing, so here's the 4, there's the 2. And Hideaki is not pleased, even though, of course, you know, he'd rather have his position than Oliver's. You always think something's going to go wrong. And here, why not just make the bar? Why not just make the bar? Making the bar seems reasonable. 6-1 shots. And now there are 11 direct numbers where Oliver probably wishes he had made the bar just in case he hits him. Because if he gets hit back with a 1-6 or 3-4, he's going to be upset. Okay, he doesn't hit. Surprising. Now, as long as you don't roll 3-3 here, everything will be fine. Oh, no, he did it. Sickening. Absolutely sickening. And it's a double shot now. If Oliver misses this, my new name is John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Can we get insurance, please? Anybody offering insurance? Dealer, can I buy insurance, please? Oh, cocked. Of course it's cocked because it was a 5-5. They always cock the one that misses. 2-1, he hits both. Sick. Absolutely sick, young Oliver Squire. Now we need double 3s or 3-1. He's listening for it. Nothing. 3. There's a chance. There's a chance. When there is a will, there is a way. 4-4. This enters and makes the 3 point on his head, Oliver Squire. The strength. The strength. The only hope Hideaki has now is that Oliver forgets that he only has a minute left on his clock, because he is in some serious trouble. So I think he wants to maybe bring the 3 in to attack on the 1 and then maybe play the 5 to the 13. Because if he is allowed to anchor here, you are not going to be pleased because that is the chance he's hoping for. And this hits, I think. No, it just makes the 7. Very close. Okay. I would be concerned about him anchoring, but maybe because it's broken down to a 3-point board, it's like less critical than it normally would be. And I guess since there's no gammons to win, because he's 1 away, the play that wins the most games is just making the 7, but I would be tempted. Of course, Hideaki's praying for an ace. No aces. 5-2. Now, after making this, I guess the real question is if he rolls a 6, will he hit him? Doesn't have to worry about it. So I think we just work on controlling the outfield. We didn't just make the 7 to then break the 7, right? And the annoying bit about this is that Oliver gets decisions while Hideaki fans, right? And he doesn't get to work his PR down at all. And Oliver does. And notice Oliver's under a 2 now, getting closer to Hideaki's 1.48. I'm not. Another 2-1. Oliver's just farming decisions here. And none of these plays really matter all that much, so it's going to be hard for his PR to go up making these plays. It did, though, from 1.98 to 1.99. How dare you? And so in this situation, I would just be making sure that my large doubles, like double 5s or double 4s, would be my most awkward numbers in these positions. And so you just want to make sure that double 4s and double 5s hit on the ace, right? You think about the only thing that could go wrong, double 5s and double 4s, and you make sure that they hit on the ace point, right? Because double 6s is going to play just fine because it's going to make the 1 naturally because you have a 6 prime already. So you're just looking... Right, because if you can see that the double 4s, where the checker is on this point, would have hit on the 1 where it was. So maybe you make the other 3. That's all. Now he wants to break it. Six-3 fans. And Oliver covers. It might be difficult for him to work his PR down enough to win this, but it might be within range to where things could change when they analyze the match at the higher settings. The settings that we're using now are not the official UBC settings, which are much deeper. Here, double 6 leaves a shot, I think, so maybe you consider playing 6 to 5 to make sure double 6 doesn't leave a shot. That's what he's thinking about, of course. Thinking about the only thing that could go wrong and protecting against it. 5-3. And his PR gets worked down even more. Thank you very much, Wallace. Much appreciated. If you haven't yet, please smash the like button. 6-5 just rips one checker off. The distribution is a bit funny, but of course, I'd rather be in Oliver's shoes. 6-4, okay, gets even funnier. As long as Hideaki doesn't roll double 6s here, he might get a shot. A bunch of numbers leaves a shot, but Oliver will probably roll a 2. He doesn't. And he should take 2 checkers off here because we saw this last time. We saw this last time. Hideaki earlier in the match took 2 checkers off, and it was correct, and he misses. He could roll 2 big numbers again, and he leaves the shot again, so he only takes 1 off and brings the 3 to... Yeah, no, maybe you do the other one because it's not any more shots. I'm not sure if it leaves more numbers one way or the other on your next roll if you do one versus the other. I just know it's not any more shots. No, he rolls a 5. He misses. Okay, so there are still numbers that leave shots. And he rolls 2 big ones again. Is Hideaki going to miss again? She needs to shake longer. Shake stronger. 3 in the window, and the 5 comes out to patrol the outfield, so he goes to the 15. Just in case he enters with like 5-4, 6-3 or something, he gets a shot on him. There you go. And Hideaki gets decisions now, which is great. 5-4, you see, I called it. Now he gets a direct 6 shot. 3-1, okay, so he has to stay where he is. Move the 3 here and play 2-1. He needs to stay where he is because if his opponent rolls a number less than a 6, he'll have a direct shot at him, right? 2-1, 3-1, right? We're thinking about our opponent's bad numbers. 3-2, there'll be a double shot, right? Does he roll small? He does roll small. And there's the 4, and now here's a double shot, right? Think about your opponent's bad numbers. Play for them. And he misses. Sick. Absolutely sick. Does Oliver roll a small number that doesn't get by again? No, of course not. I mean, it's possible you should hit. Nothing leaves a shot, maybe? No, double sixes, double five doesn't. He wins every game. Okay, it doesn't make a big deal either way. No big deal either way. And Oliver Squire wins the match. And the PR is, okay, both very, 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 very well played. A 1.44 for Hideaki preliminarily. And the same for Oliver Squire. He has a 1.85 preliminarily. Of course, they're going to run this at higher settings. I don't expect it to change that much, though it could. But it's unlikely. So Oliver Squire, of course, wins the match, as he does. Very, very, very tough player to play against, the way he gets into great spots in these games and finds a way to pull it out. I don't know if there's like a more winning player than the young Oliver Squire. He certainly knows how to take it down. The PR point looks like it's going to go to Hideaki. And I guess I'll find out what happened on stream 2 and then get you guys updated on that. Or maybe you can update me on that if you know. But, of course, we'll be back shortly with the second match of the day. Please feel free to smash the like button and subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll. So please smash the like button. I am a professional backgammon player from New York City. Of course, I currently live in London. And if anyone is interested in backgammon lessons with me, Justin Knoll, please feel free to send me an email at justin@backgammonuniversity.com. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll see you guys. So they weren't even showing it for the first like game, and they didn't even know that it wasn't showing. I am. All right. We are back. And update on Marc's match from round one. Apparently, he lost the match and lost the PR, so he still only has, I believe, a single point in this tournament. He played a 5, I believe, against Michi's 4, so that didn't help the overall PR balance in this tournament as far as Hideaki and Michi's battle goes, right? If Michi played a 4 and Hideaki just played a 1.8, I believe Hideaki's average is under a 2 now as far as the tournament is concerned. Hideaki picked up a single point in the last match, so he should have 11. And I believe Michi made up a point on him because he won the match and the PR. So I believe Michi is now only down 2 points to Hideaki. So if Michi can win some more matches and win some more PRs, he could win on points, despite Hideaki having the better PR at the moment, of course, unless Hideaki has like some PR blunders as the match goes on, which hasn't happened yet, but of course could happen. But Hideaki is just proving to be as strong as everybody knew that he is, of course. You know, everyone knows what his level is, and you just go, well, is he going to play at that level? And I don't see him ever really not playing at that level. You know, some people are more consistent than others. He seems to be very consistent with his super high level of play. I mean, if he plays this entire tournament under a 2, I mean, that it would be crazy. And a feat that I don't know how many people could actually match. You know, if Hideaki wins this and then they play in the Czech later this year, he has a very, very, very real chance of defeating our current champion, or anyone. I was thinking about the cube already. Might be close, actually. 2 down. So it was a very small cube, maybe. 5-3. Is this something we're going to run off of our anchor? 5-3 doesn't seem crazy. No, I guess that seems nuts. Let's see here. What is the race? He's down a ton. Okay, I was just thinking maybe there's a way to get out with 1, but if he runs off his anchor, the position just becomes double pass. And here, I guess it's still a double take according to the machine, which doesn't look lovely, I'll tell you that. Does not look lovely. Hideaki is up in the race. He's winning in the position. There's serious threats of creating a better board, hitting another checker. Thank you all for tuning in today, of course. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the... Oh, he didn't double? Interesting, okay. And this, I guess we just cover. And now it's just a double pass. But that missed cube, of course, is going to help out Marc's chances of winning a PR point. And even if Marc ends up becoming mathematically eliminated from this competition, they've all agreed to play, all 4 players, at least 3 matches. And then if Marc is mathematically eliminated, he'll be out for the next 3 sets of matches. But Marc has a PR advantage now after that missed cube from Hideaki Ueda. So if Marc can find a way to like win the match and win the PR, even though it doesn't really benefit him that much, it would actually benefit Michi quite a lot, right? If there's a way for Marc to win the match and win the PR and give Hideaki Ueda no points in this round, that would be a massive swing in the favor of Michi, who's playing on the other board. Difficult play. 23 to 15 is the better play. Of course, we're looking at like twos that could hit, but then all the sixes are bad. This play duplicates the 3 to hit and the 3 to make the advanced anchor, so I can see the value in this. And also, some aces that would hit are also good aces to make the 5, like 6-1, 3-1, those sorts of numbers. So choosing to run out or choosing to hit, these are the options. How you want to run out seems kind of clear. I think you would run with the checker from the 23 instead of the other one. Hideaki finds the best play here. 3-1, of course, would have loved to have made the 5, but now he has to make this an anchor. He could also make the 10, but making the anchor seems fine. 4-6 would have been a hitter, but no. Double ones, no. 2-1, okay, so 2, and then maybe we step all the way up to give ourselves a 6 out. If he didn't have the bar made, I would slot the 5 point. But since he does have the bar made, it seems more important to be able to have daylight for this back checker. 6-5 leaves a shot somewhere. Or he could run. I didn't initially see that. That is certainly a significantly better play. There does give him counterplay, though, if he was able to attack the checker on the 4, which he wasn't able to. And Marc just wants to be able to run now. 6-5, fantastic number. Escapes the back checker. Gives him a solid race lead. And 4-3 makes the point. And now, I guess he just has to think about whether or not he has enough for a cube here. And he's up 17 pips. His opponent doesn't have an anchor. There are numbers that make stuff, and making stuff, of course, is good. His position does look a bit awkward, so I wouldn't be surprised if Hideaki takes this, because I would have a hard time passing it, because I could see bad numbers in the future. So, wow. 5-4 doesn't leave any shots. Stacks up on the 6, which is annoying, but of course we don't want to leave shots. 5-6. Making the 1 is the better play. I would have likely made the 2, even though distribution-wise it's worse. Of course, you'd rather use the spare checker that's on the 6 since there's so many spare checkers there. This is also a very good option. 13, 7, 8 to 3. It plays for more priming structure, but of course leaves the poor distribution of all the 5 original checkers on the 6 point. And this attempts to solve the distribution problem of the 5 checkers on the 6, but of course puts a checker on the 1 without making it, which ends up just being a liability. Even if you get a shot and you hit it, you could be hit back. And you're not even starting a priming point, which is why slotting the 3 is better if you play the 6 down. Thank you all for tuning in today, of course. Please smash the like button. Subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll. I'll be your commentator all week here. Tough decision here. You know, we can see that all the answers are close, but he doesn't know that. And when you don't know that, of course, there's a lot to just consider here. And this play makes the play for the priming structure, so I can appreciate that. And Marc is just looking for a good number here. He just wants to build something. 4-3, might have to make the point on his head. I don't love this because this could get awkward. I know it leaves shots when you point on him, but there is still a blot in his board. Is this the original position? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was. There were 6 checkers on the 6. Okay. I think you have to do this. I think anything else is just going to lead to more awkwardness and more long-term problems, where this offers a solution and still gives you good distribution. 1-5, okay, so there's the 1, there's the 5, looks okay. Making the board, not allowing yourself to be attacked by entering on the 20, that would be awkward. 6-4 just plays 2 down. This gets hit with 5-3 and 4-4 only, so there's 3 numbers. 3-1 is not one of them, but we slot and play down trying to make the 5 prime. We don't want to split into this because we're down so much in the race. We prefer to be on our 24-point anchor. If we split, we give our opponent the ability to prime us and blitz us. And that's just too many ways for Marc to win. So we'll just sit and wait and find a better time to counterattack later. Double 2s. Okay, and then maybe we just make the 5 and just hope to fade a 6-2. And now Marc is doing really good. Five, 4 covers, slots the 2-point. Now Marc, you know, just wants to clean up that blot in the outfield and find a way to make the deuce. He's not going to be leaving any shots here. White's board is just way too strong. So even though you might be able to find some sort of play with better distribution, I don't think leaving extra shots is really on the cards. 6-1. 13-7, maybe 6-5 afterwards. Giving yourself some spare checkers to play with to try to make the 6 prime. 5-3 just clears the 8-point. Clearing the 10-point leaves shots. Clearing the 8-point leaves no shots. And leaving no shots is what I'm looking for. 6-4 makes the 1. I don't think we want to leave yet. We're still down 32 pips, so 22 after the play. So I think we just make the 1. Wow, it is running crazy. I couldn't do it. But Hideaki is a genius for looking at it. I think the issue, of course, is maybe just your timing, where if you make the 1, it feels as if you might have to be running next roll anyway, or your position might start to crunch, but very, very tough. Very, very tough. Running off your anchor when you're down 22 pips is, by definition, very, very tough. I would be making a small error here, but these small errors would add up in a competition like this, right? I mean, you can't just be making 2% errors against Hideaki Ueda. Very big decision here. Deciding whether or not you want to leave your anchor is never an easy decision in backgammon. It makes it harder, of course, knowing what the race is, seeing that you're down so much, and that it is still preferable just to help preserve your timing. Because, of course, you fear that you can just be blitzed off the 1 point now and now lose a bunch of gammons. But Hideaki finds the best play here, pains him to make it. Double sixes leaves a shot. And if Hideaki rolls a 5 or a 1-4 here, 1-3, very close. And of course we should cover. I would cover. I think you're saving all of the gammons anyway. Double fours leaves another shot. Rude. So we make the 1. We take 1 off, for lack of a better thing to do, and then we fill in this gap, and he gets hit with 11 twos. 5-1 still fans. Now if Marc rolls 6-5, that would be hilarious. Oh my God, I called it. I called it for the sake of comedy. You have to call the 6-5. And now there's a double shot, and he'll still be missed. No, he gets hit with the 2, and then he gets to cover. Sick. Sick. 6-5. Absolutely insane. And now he's pointing at the 3. Marc only has 5 checkers off. This is just a pass. Oh, Marc can't buy a win right now. His credit is no good. If this happens to you when you play online, just remember it can also happen to you when you play in person. But of course, we are all living in a computer simulation, so everything is rigged. I've seen The Matrix. Double ones, makes the 7, makes the 5. Hideaki off to a very strong lead at a 4-away score as well. So if Marc doesn't enter well, okay, he still has nothing. Still has nothing, I think. I mean, maybe he has something. Of course, he has very strong structure. Maybe there's a cube here. There's only 8 in the zone. I would probably wait. 6-5, okay. This is interesting because, of course, you could blitz and attack the 2, or you could escape a checker. Both plays are very close. One's going to win more games. One's going to win more gammons. Of course, winning more games involves running. Winning more gammons involves attacking. Both very different game plans, but create value for very different reasons. Marc rolls 6-5, so if he hops out, maybe you have to attack on the 1. No, that's nuts, right? You have to just lift or come down. It's just a pass either way. Look at this. Hideaki's up in the race. His position is superior. And a missed cube. Big missed cube. Marc is really doing well in the PR now. If Marc could find a way to win this match and win this PR point, that would really help out Michi, as if they're on a team or something, but they're not, of course. But Marc is rolling like crap, let's be honest, and he has to hit. And based on the way things have been going for him this week, I don't think he's going to get missed, but he does. Do we come out or do we come down? Okay. 4-2. I think we just make the 5 point. I know sometimes for distribution's sake you make the 4, but here I think it just leaves an additional liability at no additional value. We just make a new point and clean up 2 blots. Seems pretty good. (5-2), just hits and lifts. Marc, of course, is looking for a 3 now. He wants to anchor. 1-6 just enters and hops out. This is not great. He's up 7 pips again. There's 1 checker back on the 24. There's a 4 that could hit, but the 4 escapes. Marc has improved his position quite a bit by making the 5, but we can still see because of the 4-away score here that it is a double and it is already a pass. Guess it would be a pass for money as well. Maybe he's mildly concerned about giving away the cube while leading, but the 4-away score makes the value of his gammons much higher. That is, of course, until Marc turns the game around and gives him a recube, because the recubes would kill his gammon value. I'm sure he's concerned about that. Yes, Marc could take this, no doubt about it. But when you see the 4 away, it kind of lends itself towards passing. But you never give your opponent the opportunity to make a mistake if we just don't double these volatile situations. If we only put ourselves in the spot where we can make mistakes, that generally is not great. Nice to see you in the chat today, Pete. If you haven't yet, please smash the like button. Be very much appreciated. I don't think he could be considering that it's too good. It doesn't seem like it would be. Marc does have the 5-point made, so I'm sure he's just thinking if it's good enough. But I'm wondering if he's putting himself in Marc's perspective. You know, if I double this, should Marc take? And if he can see how difficult of a take this is, then the cube should be coming. Sometimes we can kind of reverse the decision and think about it from our opponent's perspective, and it allows us to not just think about our negative sequences, but also kind of see how Marc should be feeling in this situation. Of course, Marc isn't giving anything away. Marc's playing under a 1 here, currently. Yes, this tournament is being played in Monte Carlo right now, which is where we all are. Can't believe Marc rolled a 6-5 there and left a double shot. That's just crazy. All right, Hideaki finds the cube and Marc takes. Of course, he doesn't take it quickly. He thought about it for quite a while on Hideaki's time, and this is an exceptionally good roll. Gets to make the 3-point and the 5 prime. And Marc doesn't get to step up. Wow, okay, so are we just going to go to the 11 here? Look at this, playing even safer and just cleaning up the blot and playing 8-6 is the better play, which is very difficult. Marc is thinking about the hit, though, noticing that, like, hey, if white rolls, I could be in trouble anyway, but I think getting out of this game without losing a gammon is really what we're looking for. 20-11 would have been my natural play in this situation because playing 8-6 would make me feel very bad about myself. My mother would laugh at me. And this gets hit with 3s and 2s. it will likely win more, but at what cost? And when your opponent's at 4 away, if he just hits you here, the Gammon is very, very likely. But of course, if he misses you, there will be more wins, so... Very tough spot here. Do I go for a play that's going to win more games? Slotting, I do not love. This gives him a good ace for no reason. His aces don't do anything anywhere else on the board, and it also doesn't hit to try to fight to take tempo away either. So slotting for the sake of slotting without hitting seems like it would be a bit much. So I think I would generally just go to the 11, though I can see the computer's best play is just to play 8 to 6 after picking up the blot. And this gives him a good 2 for no reason. But we can't say that he hasn't looked at the best play. He's looked at every play so far.
World Backgammon Championship. Today's program is
He has the time, so why not?
first the Monte Carlo Open with its championship and intermediate divisions. Yesterday we made some progress. In both main and consolation brackets. Today we resume and we have the
Super tough spot. You can see it pains Marc. It's hard to see what he's going to settle on. You can see the value in both options, and it's hard to decide which way you want to go. But maybe he can get away with this one. No, he doesn't. So, of course, I think we just hit the checker that's in his home board, but Hideaki will consider hitting the other guy, but I think it's better to hit this one. That way he doesn't enter and just make it. And it looks like the Gammon could be on. I think we have to run out here. Running out in 7 to 4, giving yourself more builders, okay. I see that as well, since we'll be running out into a double shot anyway. And the aces that hit are also going to be used to enter. So there's some duplication there. Nice play from Hideaki, giving himself better distribution to attack if he doesn't enter. And anything that can hit on the 1 will hit on the 1, I think. 5-4 is definitely going to hit on the 1 point here. And the 4, I would just, I don't know, do this. Seems reasonable. Gets off double 1s if he rolls it. 6-4, and the Gammon is incoming. As we like to say, Gammon City, population Marc Olsen. Double 2s would be a fantastic swing if it happened. He doesn't roll at 6-5, just fans. 2s and 3s pick up the next checker. Hideaki's fans again. Now Hideaki's just going to be bringing down more material to try to close Marc out. 3-1 just fans. And yeah, Hideaki is... Yeah, maybe we just go to the 7? Just to give ourselves another builder to close the 2 point. I like that idea. I know it seems natural to want to play the last checker down from the mid, but It doesn't aid in what our main goal is, which is closing the 2. So now he has 6s, 5s, 2s, and 3s to close it. Double 2s closes the point. And now Marc is on his way to Gammon City. Double 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, leaves a shot. Can Marc roll a 6? Shake the cup, shake the cup, shake the cup, shake it. Does he roll it? No, there's no 6 in the window. 5-1, and we just play 5-4. Trying to play safe because it looks like more shots could be coming. Marc will be on the roof for a while. 3-1. This just clears the 5 point. Very clear. All he wants to do is win the game. The gammon is coming as long as he doesn't leave a shot, and this play is the safest play available. If he takes the checker off, he could roll like a 6-1, 5-1, 4-1, something awkward that might lead to more shots later. Marc fans. 6-1, just rips 1 off. Tries to clear the outside point. Tries to play as safe as possible, because as long as he doesn't leave a shot, the gammon is on the way. 6-2, okay. The worst roll for Marc would be double 6s, double 5s, or double 4s. Okay, double 3s. He's still on the roof. 2 big numbers, and a shot will be incoming. Hideaki rolls a small number. No shots for Marc. 6-4, 2 in. And it looks like Marc will be a massive favorite to enter next roll. And if he does, this match will be over. And Hideaki might... No, I guess not. It looks like Marc still has the lead because most of Hideaki's numbers will be forced, which means forced plays don't gain decisions. And the PR is super close, so the PR could definitely change on a higher level of analysis. But Hideaki wins the match and takes the point, and we will see who wins the PR point on this one. We don't know yet. They are within 0.06 of one another right now, so that could definitely change on the next level of analysis. We will find out shortly once they run it, but Marc does have a slight edge here. This makes a big difference, actually, when it comes to Michi's standings, because whether or not Hideaki wins 1 point or 2 makes a massive difference for Michi. Massive. Very, very, very difficult stuff. Wow. Exciting match. Very tight on the PR race. Marc played great. Hideaki played great. Both players are very, very close on the PR, so it won't be surprising to see if this changes. It makes a very big difference to Michi whether or not it does. So I will update you with that information once I have it, but as of right now, of course, I must remind you to smash the like button and subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. Of course, my name is Justin Knoll, commentator here for the week during the UBC Contender tournament here and for the World Championships, which will be happening for the rest of the week. I'm a player from New York. I live in London. Backgammon Grandmaster. Coach to the stars and future GMs. I will see you all in a few minutes. Yeah, in a few minutes.
Either Michi
Or it gets separated, yeah. So the next match up, look at this camera angle. Where's this camera?
Oh, she took you out. That's the hot spot over here.
Ah, okay. I was like, damn, there's more than one camera. Okay, so the next match we have up, of course, they're still playing on stream 2, so, feel free to go check that one out. But we're going to have Michihito Kageyama versus Hideaki Ueda on stream 1 after they're done over there. And that match is going to be huge for the outcome of this tournament because, of course, they are the 2 leaders in points and PR in this overall tournament so far. And so what happens in that match really will set the tone for who the overall winner is going to be as far as it's concerned. If Michi can find a way to win the match and the PR in their heads-up match, that would be really, really, really big for him. So I'm going to go take my break, and I will be back. They're still, I think it's like 1-2 over there in a race to 7. So they're going to be playing maybe, potentially for a while. So I'll be back in a bit. couldn't. They don't know to just go to the second stream.
They're lazy. They want,
That's hilarious.
Okay. I could make it a lot cleaner, but for right now, this will fix it. So those mics are live.
Is this one live? It's not even plugged in.
Stream one.
No. Definitely not. Guys, I'm not on this strong. This is for Simon.
Oh, I like the idea that you can hold it. I like the idea of holding it because then you can, because then you can just walk around. Hello. It's about to be DMP, Oliver versus Michi. The PRs are currently roughly 3.5 and 4.5. Oliver is on 3.5 and Michi is on 4.5. But Michi might potentially bring this back. We are. Where is he? Simon Bargett. Where are you? Please stay on the stream. Simon will be back imminently. And this is going to be a tense DMP. Oliver has 0.9 seconds left on the clock. And Michi has 34.6. Simon, where have you been?
I was talking to your brother. I was just talking to. I'm sorry.
He was playing the piano.
I'm sorry, guy. I was just talking to Miranda's brother, who's playing Chopin's Nocturne in C-sharp minor. And I'm sure Michi would appreciate that. I'll tell him later. That's why I was.
Let's go.
6-1. Okay, so did we remedy the time? What happened with the time?
Maybe they
put it back
didn't.
on.
If he times out, he'll have 5.
Ah, okay. So
Okay.
6-1, 4-2, double
He's
match
not gonna
point.
tell
Who's
us.
going to cube
She
first?
can't set tenths of a second.
Okay, Oliver cubes.
I was answering that your question.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
1 and 40.
Okay.
Michi times out.
Oliver has escaped to check
I
on.
can't set less than.
Okay, yeah. Tara's explained to me that that Michi will get an extra 1 minute 40 if the clock times down.
No. An
Oh.
extra 40 or
6 seconds.
Excuse me. An
Total
extra
of 40.
6 seconds.
Oh yeah. That's what I thought initially. Okay, yeah.
And then Oliver would get 1 second.
Why would Oliver get a second?
Well, because I can't reset Oliver's time either. If I'm
Oliver
setting-
didn't lose
Oliver didn't lose any.
Okay, I'm missing something. Anyway, okay, so 4-1 just comes up to the 20 points.
set Oliver to less than a second.
Ah.
3-2 hits and covers. I don't think time's going to be an issue, so they'll be fine. They've got just one game to play. Double 6 is fan, so Michi's like a huge favourite. Double 1.
Beautiful.
Wow, okay. So he wants to slot the 7 point. It seems sensible, so he can make the 7 point.
Oliver needs a 7.
And if Oliver only comes in on the 24 point, Michi's got him behind a 5 prime. So 6
then
makes
make the 7.
the 7. Yeah, comes up with the 2. I would come up with a 2. I don't like that. That's interesting that he did that. Double 2 makes the point.
Nice roll. And down.
And
yeah.
down. Okay. So Michi's now been hit. He's been hit on the 5 point. He needs to come in. 3-6 just going to come in and out. Again, yeah, I'm not sure I would do that.
He's got lots of pointing numbers now. 3 is one of them.
My mic was off.
Oh.
My mic
this
was
one
off. Okay.
I think. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, my mic was off. Okay, sorry. So 3-1, okay, makes the 10 points. Really a even game, I would say. Who is going to win? Who's going to take this match? 2-3. Okay, gets to come in and hit Oliver off the 2 point, which is a big roll. The thing to notice, though, is Michi's 5s are duplicated, which isn't good for him. But Oliver comes in, plays 6-3, Michi needs 5s on both sides of the board. 2-1's just going to hit and split. That's not a bad number, actually. No, he can. Oh wait, hold on. He could have hit and split. I think I would have just
Me too.
5-2. Okay, but you could just play 2 down there as well. I'm not sure about that. 6-1. Again, you would have.
I'd like to hit. Maybe is it bad to hit there?
Well, there you don't really need to because you're not gaining. You don't get to split, but when you hit, so I wouldn't. I don't think I would. But 3-2. Yeah, I would just play 2 down. Give yourself some good numbers to make the 4-point. Could also make the 7-point. That wouldn't be bad. 6-1. Yeah, now you probably have to point. Give yourself time. Ah, no. Why is he? I don't get this.
Maybe
I
you
don't
could
get
do
that. Why
so.
not point? Okay, maybe he's fine with Oliver just rolling a 1. But he
But what
wants
if
to give
Oliver
himself.
rolls a 2?
What if Oliver rolls a 1, double 1, and cleans up all the blots? What Michi? Okay, Michi gets the 4-2, makes fantastic. And now even if Oliver rolls a 1, Michi's doing fine. Michi needs a 5-2,
Is
5
he
or a
that
2.
fine? He needs 5s.
He doesn't
desperately
get
needs
them.
5s.
Okay. And now if Oliver rolls a 1, Michi hasn't got the 7-point. 6-5, still 5s and 2s. He's got to roll them now. He's
Needs a
got 3s,
5.
3s to close the board. 3-1. Okay, just about okay.
If he doesn't roll a 2 or a
5-1
it's
is interesting. 2-1 leaves a shot. 2-3. Okay.
perfect.
And this match
That's lovely.
is
Got to get that one out.
what a match. Okay, what? Oh, I didn't see. I was like, just
Oh,
I
4.
thought it was over. 4-1. He has to break.
He's got time.
When you think it seems to go outside.
Okay, doesn't get the 6. Come on, Michi just needs a 5 or a 2. Give a man a break. Oh my God! Oh, even double 4. The worst number, and surely that makes Oliver a favourite, even with these 2 checkers on the bar. Must be. Double 5. Okay, just makes the
Wow.
15 or the 10. Not sure which one. Probably the 10. But now if Oliver rolls a 5-4 or 5-6, doesn't get double shot. Only gets 6-5 and a 1. 13 shots.
That's the one.
1-6 coming out. Okay, can there be another twist? Just maybe a 4-3 for the fans. Double 2, yeah. Oh, but he has to break the point. I think I would come up. I think I would. Michi
Everything
agrees.
points though, right? Except
Almost
3s.
everything. 3, 6-2 points, yeah. Okay. It's going to be difficult now for Michi. 1-5. Okay, comes in. Okay, there can
even
be.
lose
There's
that
6.
now.
The 6s are open. So if Oliver doesn't close down that bar point, even hitting. Okay, this. 6-5. Okay, so swingy. But will he survive the 2 or the double 1? And he does it. And he's just going to stay there, of course. I didn't see that initially. A
Double
massive, must be 96% favourite. Maybe slightly less after the 3-1, but that is what a match. There can be no more twists and turns here, that's for sure.
There can be double 6, double 6.
It could be double 6.
Wrong side.
There could be double 6. So we don't know what the. I mean, I'm all a bit discombobulated, but I think that Michi will have lost the PR.
I think
probably.
so. Yeah.
So time was never a factor.
End of the last match, they were more than a point apart.
A little bit too late. Trying to collect myself and remember what happened in that last game, but I think Michi had this. He had the 5 prime. He had the 5 prime, and then he had 2 checkers on the 23, and he had to roll 5s or 2s, and he didn't do. He
Yeah.
rolled a double 3. What a match!
Great match. So I think it's 1-1 now, the points. So
It looks like it's a 1-all, and we will be back with the next match. Will be will be on very shortly.
you're leaving.
Well, I'm going to take a break. Yeah.
should give this.
Try and look at the scores.
I can send you this.
Yeah, yeah, I've got it here. No, no.
Wow. You guys are hilarious on commentary.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
Yes.
I don't think I was making the jokes. Maybe it's
No,
just
I didn't
funny
think
to
either,
listen
but
to.
I'll take that as a...
Hopefully that's a compliment.
ready?
Sit. So, John.
Sorry?
Watch.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Let me just do stream 1, but they're just about to.
Just an after.
Yes. Okay, so he didn't cheat. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, let me do the tennis class.
Your top. Start.
You both are welcome to start if you want. When you're ready.
All right.
All right, we are going to have a pretty critical match here over on stream number 1. We are going to have what I believe to still be the top 1 and 2 players in the competition. Hideaki Ueda versus Michihito Kageyama. This match will really show us who is going to jump out to a commanding lead in this competition overall right now. I can check the updated standings here, see how much we have updated. Wow, so Hideaki definitely has a very strong lead over everybody, not including the last match that Michi and Oliver played, which I don't know the updated PRs on that one, though I do know that Michi just won the match. So Hideaki Ueda is currently playing the 2.04, and he has 13 points. And Michihito Kageyama, not including last match, is playing a 2.53 and has 9 points, but 10 for sure. Definitely 10 points now for sure because he had the match win. Hideaki Ueda won 2 points in his last match that he played on this stream versus Marc Olsen. When they ran it at the higher level of analysis, it separated, and Hideaki played better than Marc by, I believe, half a PR point. So Hideaki got 2 points there instead of just 1, which is a massive swing for him. So instead of being up only 2 points, he's up 3 as of right now, but I don't know if Michi won or lost the PR in the other match. I do know that Oliver was leading the PR before the last game, I think. 5-3, just clean up the checker. 2-1, all right. I like this, and duplicates the 4s. So I think this is a strong play. I like this. And 2-1, so this misses. And due to the race, I think we're just going to step all the way up. I like this. You know, I'm trying to unprime myself because I just assume he's going to make the 5. In that case, I'd like to be closer to the midpoint to leave. But we can see that both plays are pretty close. But, you know, with these close margins between players at this level, you know, like a 2% error here, a 2% error there really can add up over time. So but he's up quite a bit. He's up 15 pips after the play, so that would make us want, and he's already got one of his checkers out, so that would make us want to do this play over something else. So I think that's a great play. 6-2 covers. And now he can try to leave with 6-2, 5-3, 4-2. Just makes the 4. Okay, I think that's probably better than hitting. No, it's not. Okay. Well, tough one. It's nice to make the permanent asset, but maybe there's some value in just not allowing our opponent to point on us. So let's do the 2 first and see whether or not we want to play 13-10 or clean up the blot. Now, one of the benefits of playing 13-10 and leaving the checker there is that the 4 again is duplicated to hit once they enter, right? So because of the 4 duplication, it gives you more covers. There's no additional shot numbers, right? Except for maybe double 2s. No, not even, because double 2s would have hit anyway. They say you can play a little bit bigger, play 13-10, give yourself more covers if you're missed. Makes sense to me. For 1, and we see the 4. The 4 hits, and the ace, I guess, is just 8-7 if you're going to hit. Of course, you don't like it, but there's no other play really that allows you to hit. So we just hit and do the only other thing we can. 4-2 misses, but we have to continue to attack in the home board on the 4 point. Three, 2. Wow, what are we doing here? Enter with the 3, lift with the 2. I think this is better than the other options. 2's hit, 2's cover. Both plays are very close. It doesn't matter too much. This hits and covers. Very strong roll from Michihito Kageyama. 2-6 enters and hits. Fantastic reply. Cube saver. 4-2. I saw 4-4 for a second. I'm sure he's happy he didn't roll it. And what are we going to do with the 4? I don't like staying in front of the stack there, so maybe I come off of the 20. Yeah, exactly. Those aces would have loved to have hit me on the 5, and I'm glad that can stop, but wow. We are now double hit, and I guess the only other way to play this is 13-11. Since there's 2 on the roof, this is a pretty safe play. Gives ourselves more builders to make the 7 or make the 5. 3-6 only enters with 1. Not ideal. 4-1. Okay, so do we make the bar? And then where's the ace? I guess this is the only other ace. Seems pretty clear then. 6-5 is only a mistake by 1% due to there being, what, 6 checkers on this 6 point, which I think is an interesting play to consider. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. This is a very critical match we have here between Michi and Hideaki. The winner of this and the PR will really tell us if there's going to be a large separation between the #1 player in the tournament right now, Hideaki Ueda, who's playing almost a solid 2 PR, versus Michi, who's playing around a 2.5, which, you know, any other year would be the best in the field. Unfortunately, not strong enough so far. $13-7, the best play. Holding a double anchor like this, you're not so worried about getting hit again. Play 6-4, seems good. There's just too many checkers on the 6 point. And then after we do this, I guess the real question is whether or not we come closer or we play 6-4 again. And I think the issue with this is you get hit with 6-6 and you get hit with 6-5, and these numbers end up, you know, hitting, which would not be great for us. 4-1 misses, but this hits and plays 6-5, I guess. 4-5. Michi has nothing yet. He wants to cover. This hits the other checker. Two, 4. Still doesn't have anything yet. Wants to cover with a 2, doesn't do it, hits him with the 1, and the 5 probably just comes down to cover, bringing more material into the zone, more attackers, more covering numbers. If this attack works, we'll have no problem getting our back checkers out in theory. Double 3s, and this enters and points on him. Crazy. I mean, being able to enter 2 checkers and point on your opponent is just not nice. Making another blocking point or cleaning up the blot. That was actually a bigger decision than he gave it credit for. That was a bigger decision than he gave it credit for. Now we've lost a bit of outfield control, though we've constrained White's back checkers a little bit more. It was actually better to just go to the 6 point, keeping the mid. That was a much bigger decision than he gave it credit for as far as time use is concerned. He thought it was clear, but it's not. This cube is clear, though, and the take is not fun. You don't have any outfield control. You've got 3 checkers back behind a solid 4 prime, and there's another blot in the outfield, right? So ace is hit. Some 8s hit, double 4, 6, 2. But I guess you could be missed. I'd say there's blunder potential on this one. I could see a way to pass this. There's definitely some blunder potential on this side. I mean, I know technically not a blunder, only, what, 63 millipoint error to pass this, but it does not look good. I think the take is hard. You know, I guess you do gain every time he misses you, of course. And maybe you can spring another checker into the outfield, but that is also where there's trouble. Springing the checker into the outfield allows him to hit you, and then maybe you fan and lose a bunch more gammons. Double 4s, of course. This is like the best. You can exit with both. Make a new point in the outfield. If he doesn't enter, you have 1s and 2s to hit the other extra checker in the outfield. Now it feels like a pass, right? I mean, double 4 is the absolute best number. And the 2 hits, and where do we play the 4? Maybe we just play it off of the 13. Seems reasonable. Gives ourselves pretty good distribution to try to bring everything home and keep the game flexible. Michi just fans. 3-1. Nothing can hit us, so I think we just spread things out. Maybe 13-10. We could even go to the 8 if we wanted. I don't know. Don't think there's going to be a big difference between many plays we could consider here. Michi's going to need double 1s followed by some other magic. Oh, double 1s. Justin calls it again. Michi needed that. 6-5 makes the bar. What a shot. Now Michi needs a 6 to keep himself from crunching. Needs to hop out into the outfield. He's not doing particularly great in this game, and these numbers don't cover. 6-5 makes the 8. I would do it just in case Michi rolls a number that could hop out. It stops him from doing that and might force the crunch. Now he has to do this instead of hop out. There's a massive swing there. Absolutely massive swing. 6-4. Okay, it leaves a shot, but look at his board. The shots don't do anything. If he hits him with a 6, it might get him backgammoned, you know? So 3-1. I don't think I cover the 1, but that's just me. Ah, thank you. Much appreciated. Michi would need a 6 here pretty badly. 4-4, the worst. The absolute worst. The curry worst. No. Crazy numbers. 2-3 just brings this in. And Michi's winning chances are pretty low here. Gets to hop out and make the 4-point board. But the problem with stuff like this, of course, is that, like, let's say he does eventually get a shot later. Because of what his board looks like, if he hits it, it's still very, very, very difficult to win. So it's tough. (5-1) just continues to move across the board. Hideaki double 2s. Very nice roll. Gets to clear the 6 and pre-clear the 5. I know it doesn't take anybody off, but still, he likes the roll. That's for sure. I think we just come into the 6 and hope he cracks on the next shake and gives us a shot. I like this better than hopping off the anchor because he might roll 2-1, he might roll double 2s, he might roll double 1s, and now we have a double shot. 6-5 misses. We just run with 1 and turn the corner just so we give ourselves the opportunity to cover with our next 6. So I like just coming around, giving myself the opportunity to cover. Covering would be good. But maybe he's worried about getting pointed on. I see it's very close, but I would be playing to win, I think. And I think the other play wins more games because it helps to remake the board. Don't think there's much in the double 1s there. I'm sure there's something, but it's hard for me to see. 4 and then 1. Now he has 6s to cover. 5-2 leaves a shot. Michi needs an ace. He doesn't roll it. The 6 covers. Now like a 6-3, 5-3 would be funny. 6-2 is just a perfect number. Now he can't leave, so just slot the 5. And if he rolls a 2, he'll leave a shot. 6-4. Now, of course, he hopes to run off the 24. Double 5s, okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, I guess 3 down. Is this what we're doing here? Are we going to be saving gammons by doing this? I don't know. I just know that a lot of numbers give us a shot if we stay. And that is one way to save gammon, is to get a shot and hit it. I mean, look at what numbers give us a shot. It's almost everything. 4-3 gives us a 2 shot. 11 numbers. Oh, of course he rolls the other one off the table because the first one up is a 2 and another 2. And now I think we lift because we can't win this game really, and we don't want to get hit and get gammoned. Saving gammon is basically as good as winning here. Saving Gammon might be better than winning. Probably not. Shout out to Andy Rubian. 3-1. Double onesie fans. Okay, this is a nice way to save the G. 5-4. Have no choice. And if he rolls 5-4, I'm going home. Oh, ho, 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 it was a close one. 6-5 leaves the shot, but 5-1 is fine, and the Gammon is saved. And now maybe he wins. Probably not. But it could happen. I've seen crazier stuff. Crazier stuff has happened to me. 5-4, 5 here, 4 off. 4 off for sure. You need checkers off. You're not going to win if he rolls a 6 anyway, so you might as well play it big. And if Hideaki loses this one, that would be hilarious. 5-4. Sorry, 4-5, that's better. He enters, okay. And 2-1. 2-1 is definitely better. That way you can take off as you come around with an ace as you bear in later. 4-1. Michi has this sort of descending triangle structure. 4-1, he's limping. He's limping around the board. I would probably play 2-1 again, but I would have played it the other time anyway, where I think the ace cost less, so maybe this is fine. If Michi can roll a big double here. No, 6-5, okay. I'm like rooting for the guy, kind of. Oh, double twos. This brings him in. Michi needs a big double here, and then he needs Hideaki to miss. Double ones is big. It is big. He wishes it were double threes, but it's certainly better than double twos, which would have only taken 3 checkers off. 6-4. And now threes are better. I've seen it done before. It can happen. 2-1 the worst. The absolute worst. Hideaki seems unfazed by it all. Backgammon, Costa Rica. Nice to see you guys. Good morning. Jacques42, nice to see you in the chat. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, that would be very much appreciated. The more likes we have, the more it helps the algorithm, the more the robot helps us. 4-2 just makes the 4. PRs are getting close again. 6-2 just makes the bar here for Hideaki. 5-2 just splits and comes down. 5-4, I like just running with the checker on the 23, just trying to escape, but they like making the 3-point. I find that to be tough. I don't like what it does to my structure overall, so this is the play that I would most certainly make. It's very reasonable. The plays are very close. 2, he gets hit. And then, I don't know if we need to step up. Maybe we can continue to the 10, only giving them double 5s, but maybe this is better. I'm sure it's close. I saw a play like that earlier, so I thought that, you know, maybe it repeats the same pattern because 5-6 is more than double 5s, of course. It's one extra number. 5-2 goes for the double hit. I like this play. Sweep the leg, as they would say in the Karate Kid. Oh, of course, the ace comes. Now, Michi can improve his position a lot by making an anchor here. And he doesn't get to do so. It's pretty bad. A lot can change on the next roll, depending on how he enters. 5-3 enters, and I think we should just hit. Don't know what else I would do. Don't see anything else, actually. Mop-Up says he's already smashed the like button. Very much appreciated. Hideaki hits with enthusiasm. I like it. 5-3 enters and hits back. And a 6-5 anchors and just comes out from the 24. All of this seems pretty clear. Still can't anchor. Can't hit either, so I guess we just have to escape. That was like a really bad roll. 6-1 doesn't even get to move the checker that's on the 18. It's like frozen. It seems to be the only option that doesn't hurt our structure, just hitting on the 1. Just playing with the spare, making sure we don't ruin the good stuff we have in our position. Yes, Mochi, he's just playing this last round. They agreed to play 3 rounds, just so everyone played each other an even number of times. And then he will be out next round. Thank you all for smashing the like button. If you haven't done it yet, though, please, please, just give it a strike, a solid one. $6-5. The safety's the checker. Certainly better than the 6-1 he rolled last time. 2-3 doesn't get to do anything. Doesn't get to escape this checker. So I guess we just play to the 8. It's the only thing that seems reasonable. Hideaki given the opportunity to try to take the momentum over. He can't do it with this roll, so he just covers and slots the 2 for lack of anything better to do. Just make a new point, play with your spares. 5-4 makes the outside point. This is a pretty big improvement for Michi's position. He's still down in the race, but not by too much. Staked some claim into the outfield. 6-2 and just slots the 4. Don't think we're gonna try to leave shots here, so we could make the 2 point. We could play slot the 2 and play 6-4. I guess 2 down is maybe an option, but I don't love leaving a shot. I'm just very worried about it too, but I can see now that the play is very close to making the safe play, which leaves no shots. This gives him a more flexible position, gives him more spares to play with when he gets away with it. And I guess it was a good time to give it a shot because there were 2 blots in his opponent's board. So he'd like to make the bar point, but then he won't have a 6 to play. So I guess you have to just bear in and play 7-6. Is that really the only thing we can do? Ugh, our opponents, this is like 4s and 2s. I'm not doing that, that's for sure. But I guess there's no harm in looking at it unless you convince yourself it's good. That blocking point won't mean too much if you find yourself on the roof. And I saw this, but it leaves 3 blots in your board and is a blunder. The other play didn't do that, right? But it did stack up on the 6, and this is double 6s, so I think he wants to try to make the board, but here 4-1 perfectly makes the 7, so it is another good blocking point, but I guess he's worried that if he doesn't make the inner board point, white will just hop off their anchor. That should be the fear here. And now that he has a 5-point board, we really want to cover those points in our board. That way we can use our board as defense. So here I think we're just going to make the 1. Yeah, we could make the 1. I think that's better than breaking the 8 to cover the 4 because we would still have 2 blots in our board. And now he has to go. He just has to go, I think. You can't just break your 6-point, because if you break your 6-point, you're going to be leaving next roll anyway with 5s and 6s. So we just go now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. No other play seems reasonable besides running to the 13. I don't like this one. But I see he's just counting the shots. He's probably also just counting how many hidden covers there are, and that's my main concern. How many numbers hit and cover? Right, there might be more or less hitting numbers in one play, but the numbers that really swing the match more than anything else are the numbers of hit and covers. Because if he hits and then he covers, that is certainly worse than just getting hit and him not covering, right? Because then I could hit him back and I've got a 5-point board. So the hit and covers are more important than just looking at the straight hitting numbers. So if we do this, we can get hit and covered with 1-6. Right here, we'll get hit and covered with 1-6, 3-1, 1-1. There aren't as many, maybe 4-2 and 4-4 in this variation. Hideaki, of course, is going to find the best play here. I think this is very strong. It was okay for him to look at coming out with both. But I think there's just fewer and less substantial hit and covers, which I think is probably the reason why this play is better than the others. 5-2, pretty good swing on this one. I think we just cover and go to the ace, making our board strong, keeping all of our outside points, maybe restricting the flow of traffic with those points in front of us. 6-4, okay, so I guess we just play the 6 and the 4 comes out. We get hit with 2s and 7s. That's not that many, right? He misses. He misses. And what is the race now? He's up 41 pips, so he has to cube, because anytime he gets around, he's lost his market, so the cube should be flying. Maybe he wants to take his time, just recount again, but yeah, I think the game is just over. I don't think there's enough contact to combat a 36 pip racing lead. So once Michi gets the count, I think he will very easily pass, because it will only take an 8 to get over his head. And even if he doesn't get over his head and leaves a shot, he'll never be a favorite to hit it. And his board is terrible, so even if he hits it, he could still lose. Nice pass. The G. Arnold says, maybe get rid of the player cams. You must be crazy, sir. No, I'm joking, but like, definitely increases the engagement factor. I don't think there's any better use of the space than being able to see the players. Two, of course, just makes this structure. And White's position is pretty brittle. They need to roll something good, and they don't, so they go for the sweep the leg type play, which puts 2 on the roof, which is a momentum play, right? He's just thinking to himself, well, if I'm able to get away with this and not get hit, it might give me the time to start doing other stuff, like continuing to make inner board points or escaping my back checker. It's more of a play of desperation than of actual desire to want to do something like this. He can sense that, things aren't going his way, and in order to swing the momentum back in your favor, you have to take chances. So it's not like he likes it, but it's the best of a bad situation. Yeah. So if we just play 13 to 8, right, I think that just allows black to do too much. It allows them to anchor. It allows them to potentially make another board point. 2-1. Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question whether or not we want to do this. I guess it seems okay. But, it gives our opponent a good 5 to play over our head, which is not what we want. So that's tough for me when we're down in the race so much to want to decrease the contact zone to make this more advanced anchor. I don't know. Double threes is one of the best. Makes this and makes the 3-point. Three, 2. Guess we could potentially step up here, and then just the only 3 we have is just to go to the 8. Going to the 8 is better than going to the 6 because going to the 8 gives us a spare to make the 7, which is the point we really want to make to control where white's back checker can go. If we bring our spare checker to the 6 point, it's saying we want to make the 3, but if we bring the spare checker to the 8, it's saying we want to make the bar. And this is saying, please hit me. But of course, it's still a good play. I just don't know if it's worth the risk, but since he wasn't able to hit and cover, I guess it's fine. Four, 5. This enters, and I guess we could just hop out, right? I think the idea, of course, is to use the spares that are in the outfield to make the 7 point. And if we get rid of them by bearing them in, they're not bearing down on the 7. Double 6 is a massive swing. Wow. I mean, you kind of want to hop out, but you can't really, can you? If you do this, everything hits you and sends you back, and then you've got no control in the outfield. But you can make the 1 and make the 2 point, which gives you a 5-point board, which gives you an edge in all future contact. Because now, if you hit them when you have a 5-point board, it's like the touch of death. They could just fan and fan and fan forever. You've covered the blot on the 1, you've made the 2. Now they have to be really scared about the contact, but of course you're worried about them making the bar, but if you hop out, they can make the bar anyway. There is some serious blunder potential here. I'm not sure if I've seen him look at the best play yet. And so does Michi have a cube here? Trailing, noticing that everything hits. Yes, it is a cube. Very nice. 1s, 2s. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. And this makes the bar point. I know it leaves 2 blots here, but we need the structure. We need the structure, so we make the 7. That way, if he rolls a 1, he's stuck. If he rolls a 3-5, we're on the roof. 1-5, you see he rolls a 1 and now he's stuck, and now it's just a pass. I think he just has to pass. You have no control over the outfield. I mean, you're up 51 pips, but I don't care about that. Very nice. It's unfortunate he missed the cube the roll before, because this was part of the market losing sequence. You just hit, and then he enters poorly, and now it's like a 400 pass. No way Hideaki takes this. He's been playing 2 lights out for this. This is definitely within his wheelhouse of knowledge. And he's not going to be tricked into thinking being up 51 pips is a good thing for him here. Because being up 51 pips is certainly a bad thing in this situation. Your board is crunching and you're stuck on the 24. And you're leading by 3 points, right? You can just give this one away. It doesn't matter all that much. But if you take and then roll something like 6-4, Michi could get another shot, and then you could seriously lose some gammons. And that would not be ideal. I guess, yeah, that would be bad. That would be bad. Of course, he passes, but gave it a good look over. Michi's now winning the PR. Very good for him. Probably the highest PR I've seen from Hideaki the entire tournament. But I'm sure he's going to work it back down to his normal 2 later. Four, 3 enters and hits. 3-1 just enters and hits back. Doesn't look great, but what else am I going to do? Six, 1 enters and hits, but like a lot of things hit back. 1s, 2s, 6s, but not 5-3, not 5-3. But this enters with the 3 and remakes the 8, so it's not terrible. And white would love to make the 5 point here, even more so than hitting the 2. This does a whole bunch of not much. Makes the 10, plays the 4 off the 18. This seems like the only reasonable consideration. Five, 3. I guess we can just make the 3 point. The other play would be to maybe come off of the 24, but I like making the 3. Don't have a super strong preference, but I have a mild preference for making the 3. This play is also reasonable, I think. He knows he doesn't have the timing to play this 1-3 game. So he's considering just getting out of it right now. I don't think this is great. Splitting and hitting on the 1 is just not really what the position is calling for. You've got 4 checkers back and don't need a checker on the 1 point. Okay, so he chooses this. This is very close. 4-2. I mean, ideally, I would like to just make the 4, but he's thinking about safetying the checker. I'm not sure why. I think, with 3 checkers back, just making the structure adds more value than cleaning up the blot, because he could just miss it anyway. And now you don't have the 4 point. And the 4 point could have helped you win long term. 3-2, of course, just enters and hits, fighting for the 4-point. And he hits. And the 3, wow. I mean, I don't like picking this up because that stack there looks bad. But I can see his point. He doesn't want to just give him good 6s from the roof. Five 3 is not, well, it's not bad. Okay, you can play the 3 down. Seems okay. 2-1. We're going to hit on the 5? Yeah. And 5-3. This hits twice. I know once your opponent is kind of in a back game, you don't love sending a ton of checkers back, but it seemed fine. Anything that makes an inner board point here would be great. Double 1s, fantastic. I would make the 9. Yeah, I like blocking the 6 away point. This seems good to me. And 2-5 just has to maybe hop out is better than hitting. I think hopping out might be better than hitting because you're just worried about your flexibility and your ability to maintain timing. I know you want to be down a lot of pips, but they need to be usable as far as like your ability to gain control and keep yourself from crunching with this deficit. And I think that's the main issue with playing down is that you really have no future coming forward, and now your back checkers are kind of getting stuck. This is a double and almost a pass from the roof. Tough spot. You don't know if it's too good or not good enough. Double 2s makes the 4-point after we enter. That's more important than hitting, and so I would make the 4 and then think about if I wanted to hit. I'm not sure it's entirely necessary to hit. It might make it easier for him to make a triple anchor. 3-5 just hops out. Those triple anchor hopes are basically gone. Now it's probably too good. There's just no way he can take. He's got a deeper point made. His position is being stripped due to his lack of flexibility with all the checkers back. Your next plan of attack, of course, would be to try to make the bar and then slot the 2-point to get hit, and then hope you do get hit and eat up black's timing. I'm sure Hideaki's considering whether or not he thinks it's too good right now. I'm sure he knows he can't take. And yeah, it's a good question whether or not we're doing this or trying to slot the 2 yet. 4-3 is a great shake. Hideaki's PR went up. He's almost playing a 5 now, so maybe that hit was just wrong. Maybe it was better to just try to extract the back checker, because we can see that like this could lead to some problems. I don't think it's too good anymore. It still is too good? Okay, well, let's hope Michi doesn't take then. Sheesh. Because you never know if, you know, Hideaki was thinking if it was too good or not good enough on the rolls before. And sometimes that can influence a player's thoughts about the position. But in back games, you know, your main thought is like, if there's a chance that your forward position can crunch, it's just usually a pass in these situations, and it looked really bad. So I'm very happy Michi passed that. Keeping it competitive here as far as PR is concerned. Michi can find a way to win this and still maintain this PR lead. This would be great for him long term as far as the rest of the matches are concerned. 3-1 just makes the 5. Two 1, 13-10, yeah. This has to be better than stepping up or anything. 6-4 misses. Double 5s. And do we want to make the 3? Probably. And if he doesn't enter, he does enter, of course. But if he didn't, we'll speak in hypotheticals. I mean, I don't want to leave an additional blot, do I? Do I want to enter on the 2 and play 13-9? I mean, that would be so hard for me to leave an additional shot. I would probably do this and play 8-6, even though I know he could hit me loose on the 4-point here, but I don't like leaving the extra shot, so I do understand this play. Double 5, super strong, and this hits. Did he double? No? What happened? Is it too good? 1-6 fans. I mean, this is certainly a pass. And I guess he's just considering whether or not his position is too good to double here. What it feels like if he doesn't roll a 4. And it is too good to double. Just trying to decide whether or not he thinks it's too good. Of course, if he rolls a 4, he's doing fantastic, and there's a lot of gammons here. But of course, he's concerned about all the variations where he doesn't roll a 4. This would be a big PR swing if he doubled this, because of course it would be a 167 millipoint blunder to cube this position. Oh, that's a pretty big mistake by Michi here to double this one. Tough decision, though, of course. I'm sure he's happy he scored the point, but he was a pretty big favorite to win 2. Undoubled. But he's still winning the PR, just not by as much. The 3 hits and the 4 comes down, supporting the attack. $5-2 misses. No, it doesn't. It hits here. Nice. Missed it for a sec. 4-3. I think this just enters and makes the 9 point. Seems to be a pretty solid addition to our position. Michi makes the advanced anchor. So he's doing well here. 6-1 makes the bar. And if Michi can find a point-making number here, he'll be doing okay. 5-4 is not great. So what? Does the 5 hit and the 4 come down? I guess this is the only real play. Anything else just looks worse. We have to find something to do with our stacks of checkers. Does he get missed? No, he does not. Five, 3 enters and hits on the 5, I think. We could also hit on the 3, but what's happening here? Enter 9 to 6 and just lifting. Ah. This is, oh, okay. I understand this play, actually, because the race is super close. He's actually a favorite in the race, and hitting would sacrifice his racing lead. So that's why he's choosing the safe play, because he sees the race. I didn't look at the race. Apparently, looking at the race is important. Double ones. This makes the bar and hits. Fantastic shot for Michi. Of course, he needs something to exit next roll. 4-6 just enters and hops out, so he has some control over the outfield if Michi rolls a good number. 6-4 enters and hits. Nice shot. 5s hit back. 1-5, 2-5, 3-5, not 2-1. Okay, 2-6. 6-5 just hops out, swings around the corner. 6 is hit. This would be good for him, of course, if he gets to roll one of these numbers. Does he roll it? Double 5s. This is like even better. This comes out and turns around. There we go. Just creates another blocking point, I think. We could also make the 1. Both plays are very close. Maybe making the 1 is better because it gets the defender off of the 24 point and freezes that extra checker out there. If he fans, he could gain there. 5-5, he doesn't fan. And now I think he can just cube. He's up 24 pips in the race after the play. He's doing really well, so I think the cube is coming. Once he gets the race, I'm sure he'll double. Once he gets the race, I'm sure he'll cube. Being up 24 pips is a lot. He gets the number. And I think the take is harder than the cube. 24 pips is a lot, but I guess there's a lot of contact on the 15 point of black. Maybe he rolls some silly numbers, small numbers, maybe some 4-3s, some 5-2s, some 5-1s, and is forced to leave some sort of outside shot. Double 6, the best possible number. Cleans up everything, increases his race lead, leaves absolutely nothing. 3-1 makes the 5. 3-1, I think just goes to the 2 point. Okay, can do this. Clearing the 9 was actually a little bit better. I didn't like it because of the distribution that it left, but okay, it's fine. Now that I saw the computer's evaluation of the previous play, I can break the 9 now. Double 3s comes in, makes the 3 point. Six, 4. Nice roll. And his algorithm here is just to sit here and just build his board and wait for his opponent to roll something bad. Is this better than clearing the 7? I might clear the 7. I mean, it's got to be close, right? I guess he didn't want to leave the gap there. The gap could create issues. Five, 1. I think we clear the 8. I know it looks awkward, but I've seen this before and had this pointed out to me that ideas like this are the best play. 4-1 just slots the ace. And 6-2 gets to play perfectly safe. But don't roll 6-2 again. 4-2 just covers. 4-2, okay. Doesn't get to clear the point. 3-2, he gets to keep the 20 point and just bear this checker in. He doesn't want to leave there with just one because the twos that he's hoping for are now pick and pass numbers, some of them. 6-5, he wants to keep that one. 5-4, okay, almost as good. Two, 1. Michi looking to tie the match up here. 6-5. Hideaki, of course, just playing to get off the gammon. Michi rolls double 4s, and Hideaki is off the G. We're now 3 away, 3 away. Starting our 3-point match. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. This is probably one of the most important matches they've played this week. These are the two leaders in the tournament so far, the ones with the most points and the closest PRs to each other. Michi at this point in time is winning the PR and the match is tied. If he can find a way to get 2 points in this match here, it'll bring everything much closer. Double 4s makes the 5 and steps up. I like stepping up. Double 4s just makes the 5. Momentum is on Michi's side here. He enters, and the 5 just comes out. He'll get hit with 6s and 1s, but the 1s aren't that bad for us. Have ourselves the tiniest of cubes here. Michi feels that there's something in this position here. 3 away, 3 away. The cubes do come a little bit sooner. It's not the most volatile of scores, not like 4 away, 2 away, or 3 away, 2 away. But the Gammons do pay double, and the Gammon will win the match, so it's not like the Gammon value isn't elevated at the score. It certainly is, but it's just elevated for both sides. Very good cube, very easy take. 5-1 hits. I think we just remake the 8 instead of the double hit. I think I play for structure, but I am so wrong. It's okay. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Michi finds the best play. That's why he's there. I'm here. 5-1 hits. Okay. This is what I would have been concerned with before, which is why I just play for winning chances. I mean, I would still remake the 8. If he hits again, I'm going to be shocked. And the 3-4 hits from the roof. Hideaki wants a 6 so bad, and he gets one. But how does he play it? He could come out. He could make the 2. He could hit on the bar. Guess he deems the most important thing for his position, the thing that improves his position the most, is making the 18 and then chooses to hit with the deuce. And he gets missed. I guess the 6-4 makes the heavy 2-point here. He could do this. This leaves a shot, but it is better than making the heavy 2. Playing pure here. Nice play. Six four's a hitter. We definitely want to hit, no doubt about it. We do have good structure. This does not win as much as hitting, that is for sure. Allowing white to consolidate won't be great. I know we don't love our 4 after this, but it's the only 4 we have after hitting. So let's take the hit, be happy about it. Oh my gosh, double 2s. He enters and hits. And then I guess he wants to decide if he wants to hit twice or make the 4-point. Making the 4 looks very efficient, and this leaves more blots than I'd like to play with. But he does hit. And if Michi can enter with 2, we might have trouble cleaning up all of these blots on the very next roll. I think this was the issue with the double hit, is that if he just enters 2, it might be hard to clean everything up. But it's not. It's very easy to clean everything up, apparently. (5-1). Not great. Do we just have to hit on the 2-point? Is there any other play, really? He's thinking about recubes in the air, but I don't know if we're there yet. (3-4) just enters and hops out. 6s and 1s hit. So the 1 hits and the 2 makes the double anchor, or we'll make the double anchor first and then hit. 1-3. I see the 3, I see the 1. Okay, this plays fine. 5-1. I guess we'll just make the point inner board and just play 6-5. I don't see anything else. Although there was another play. Apparently there always is. 4-3 was an option. Doing the banana split, but that would have been difficult to find. 5-4, not great. Is there a chance we can come off of our anchor here? I mean, this is the first play that I'm considering and just playing from the contact. You see, breaking my board is not something that I do. I know I've said this many a times before, but if I've said it once, I'll say it again. Man, I love being a turtle. This is a good play. This makes the realization that keeping the contact from the 13-point is really our path forward. And if he redoubles, the gammons don't matter anymore, and it's just down to winning chances. So if he passes, the score will be what? 1 away. Crawford 3 away, so his take point is 25% gammonless here. And if he can find that he wins 25% of the time gammonless, he can find the take, and he does. 4-1, playing without leaving any direct shots. Only 6-4 and 4-4 hit this. Double 5s is not the worst. I would just make the point. I would leave the shot and make the point. Just make the board. I like making the board. I think this just gives too much freedom. I don't care really if I'm hit that much. The pointing play looks juicy. Of course, the only problem with this is 4-5. Two, 3 just fans. Okay, advantage Hideaki. Do we need to do this? We can lift with the 1 and maybe split off of the back with the 3. I think I like that a little bit better, even though this does give us more builders to make the 4-point. 6-1 makes this. 2-6 fans again. Okay, well. 6-4 makes the 4. Fantastic shot from Hideaki. And Michi, does he enter? No, he keeps fanning, and this feels awful. Trust me, I know. You think your opponent's PR is close to yours, and he just gets decisions and you don't. Six, 5 fans again. Double ones. Maybe we bring 3 of the aces down and then play 6 to 5 to make sure we don't leave a shot with double 6. That seems okay to me. Richard Stubbe tuning in today. Good morning from Houston. Well, good afternoon from Monaco. So Michi needs to roll a 6 pretty soon to keep his board from crunching. And Hideaki wants to start clearing those checkers off the 6 point. You don't want to have all those checkers on the 6 point when you're playing against an ace point game because you want to start to clear your checkers from the rear. Make sure you can have the safest bear off possible. There's no gammons possible here because the cube's on 4 and there's only 3 points left to win. Double ones just clears the 6, I think. I mean, maybe not. Maybe he wants to facilitate the crunch and not give him a 5 out. I guess that's the idea. Wow. I guess it's close. Less than a % difference, but that is a good idea. You can see that he's running out of spare checkers to play with. And if he rolls something like 5-4, 5-3, 5-2, he gains tremendously by not letting him out because his board will start to crunch. This is the play we would want to make for sure if he had good timing already. But there's definitely a reason to make the other play. Casper van der Tak in the chat says good afternoon from Italy. Hideaki down to 22 seconds. But this is the last game, so it seems like he'll have plenty of time. Either he'll bear off and win, or he'll leave a shot and get hit, and all of his plays will be forced, so I think he'll be fine on time. Don't want to say the unspeakable number here. Okay, he didn't roll it. I'll speak it now. 6-5 would have been a bad one. 4-2. I like this. Just in case he rolls 6-1 or 5-1. He'll get a double shot, but not 4-1. 4-1 plays just fine. (4-1) just comes off of the 20. I like this. We want to keep the spare checker on the 6 because we want to remake that point. 6-4, no shots. Double twos just swings all the way around here. I like this. We could go to the 1. I guess this would give us more covered numbers for the 6. But I'm sure both are fine. 6-1. Definitely wanted to roll something smaller there, like a 1-2, but it didn't happen. So now he's thinking about whether or not he should run off his anchor, and he's deciding not to because there's a chance he could leave a double shot with like 6-3 or 5-3, but not 5-4. Double threes has to come off with 1 now. (5-4), no shots yet. There's a chance for a coupe classique, but this double 4s is way too big. That's forced, essentially. Hideaki is winning almost all of these now. It's hard to see a way to win. He might even be forced out. Exactly. And Hideaki wins the match, but Michi wins the PR, so that is good for him, though, of course, he wanted to win both because Hideaki has the overall point lead in this tournament. So we will have another match coming up soon. That was a great one. And we'll be back in a little bit with round 4, 5, and then 6 for today. And then I think we're done. But it's taken us this long to get 3 matches done. We started at 11, and it's now 3:30. So I'm sure we'll be starting soon since we're behind schedule. But before I go for whatever 5-10 minute break I have, don't forget to smash the like button. Please. Pretty please. With a cherry on top. All right, I'll be back in a few. All right, and we are back, and we have a rematch. Hideaki Ueda versus Michihito Kageyama. Kageyama. Okay. This is a very important match as far as the tournament is concerned. If Hideaki Ueda wins, I think a single point here. Oliver's out. Is that what I understand? And if Hideaki Ueda wins 2 points here, the entire tournament is over.
That's right. The last part. I think the first part is also.
First part could also be
Yeah.
correct. I could be correct on both parts, or I could be incorrect on one part. I know one thing for sure. If he wins the match and the PR, the actual tournament is over. There is no way for anyone to catch him as far as points are concerned. So, this is good. We have, of course, Simon here. We've been listening to him over on stream too the rest of the way.
Thank you for allowing me to join you.
That's true. You're welcome. I appreciate it. Anything that can allow me to talk a little bit less, I appreciate. Because I have to listen to these streams back, and then hearing my own voice in a room at night is just very difficult to handle.
No, it's fine. I listened to it. I was listening to it last night.
I was listening to yours. We should've been
Okay.
together.
Only won one. And Oliver.
Nah, maybe not. It's fine.
You win two.
Oh, thank you.
That's what I'm trying.
What is it?
Michi hits with a 6-3.
Good choice, whether or not we want to make the 11 point or hit. I like this. What's going on?
They're going to play. If
So aces. He makes both points. I can see the feed, and it's right. 6-1 is duplicated, and he
This is
rolls
what I was
it.
thinking.
Okay, I suppose he just comes out and hits on the 17 because it does two good things. It hits and it escapes the checker. So he had double one for Hideaki making both points, then 1-6. Oh, he makes a mistake with the 1-6.
And now white is a favorite after making the 20-point anchor here. 3-6, maybe not for long. If he can roll a 2 or a 10, not a 2, a 3 or a 10.
And with the last one, maybe come down.
I like coming down, seems reasonable. You're not really getting hurt too bad by the ace, and in fact, it might help you.
Oh,
game, but
okay. Well,
yeah, see how it goes.
yeah, I think it was right. Anyway, Michi gets it safe. 5-3. A strange place to put the spare checker, but what else would you do? Maybe bring it in.
Double sixes makes the 1 point on his head, I think, right? Are we just hitting loose with the 1?
Ooh,
I would
never
make the 1 point on his head,
Me too.
and then I would just play the other 2 down.
The normal play. Really difficult to make the top play of just hitting loose on the 1 point.
I agree,
think.
since it's more hitting numbers from the roof, and this is a double. And according to the computer, a very easy take. I guess there are just a lot of sequences where things could go poorly next roll for black. I can think of some numbers that might leave an immediate shot.
6-2.
6-2, I guess, can play
Oh,
safe.
yeah. Not 6-2. That
And I
plays
guess
out to
6-5 can play to the ace. You don't have to leave a direct shot. 6-3, though.
6-3. 5-4.
5-4 can clear the 11, but leaves the aces from the roof. 4-6 would have made the deuce. What number do we have now? 2-1. 2-1 plays safe for now. And I guess white just wants to enter with a 2. They want to increase the contact zone. And this is pretty high. So not great entering number for white. 6-2 does this. Anything that breaks the 11 seems nice. This seems less nice. I don't know if we want to hit and make it because I don't know if we want him to come back on the 2, but maybe it makes it easier to clear the 11.
So
I
hitting
think I would
wins
play 6 to 2.
2.2% more gammons, but it costs. Because like Justin says, if you come back in on the 23 as Hideaki, you've got much more chance to win the game. So I think my natural play would just be to hit and cover without thinking.
I would play 6 to 2. I would be slightly
Okay.
wrong. But I would be worried about him entering low, and I don't like the look of the distribution like this afterwards. It feels very inflexible to me. And that
Yeah.
kind of stuff concerns me.
Yeah, there's something a little bit uncomfortable about this. Like 6-1, you have to clear the 8 point, then you've stranded the checkers on the 11 point even more than they are now. 6-2, same, you have to clear the 8 point. Next go.
And the reason why I don't like 7 to 3 as much as the other two is because it gives me the same strip structure without the upside of him being on the roof. And the reason why I like this is just the additional flexibility.
Oh, just catching up. So that was, of course, that wasn't the 6 to 2 play. I was like confused for a second. So
Yeah,
this
because he
is-
didn't, because
this
he
is
looked at
right. So keeping the spare on the 7 point for like numbers like, I don't know, 5-1 maybe if you don't want to clear the 8 point with it. 4-1, allowing you not to have to play 6 to 1 with the next 4-1.
Michi knows this match is like do or die, and so every situation is just very, very important to him. And he makes the non-hitting play, but makes the better point and hurts the flexibility, which is actually the worst of all of the
So a
top three
small
choices.
Small mistake.
But still very small.
Although the equity lost doesn't seem to have gone up.
It feels, okay. What do you mean?
On the panel, he's made one error, and
Yeah.
that was a small error, wasn't it? 7 to 3. He played 7 to 3, right? And the equity lost didn't increase
Didn't move.
on
Okay.
the panel. I don't think.
I wouldn't know. Yeah, you're right. It didn't go up. But strange. Not sure. It'll all be fixed in the higher analysis level. They'll look at it later.
Okay.
And now,
yeah.
White is going to have a lot of contact here. It's going to
Right.
be very difficult without doubles to clear that point without leaving a shot. And White's board is ready for the contact. So, no, not yet. And then maybe 3 to 2 or
Yeah.
2 to
I don't know
1.
what the difference would be, but
Having a 2 to play, I think, without breaking your board, I guess, is the reason why he did it this way instead of the other way. So if he rolled 5-2 or something, maybe he doesn't have to necessarily slot. 3-2 just goes to the 1. No shots yet. Is it 4-2? He just played a 4, no? Yeah,
He
it's
did.
3-2.
Right.
And if he rolls a 6, double 5's okay. So he's going to be, yeah, I mean,
40, 60, 67 versus, but the wastage as well.
Exactly,
I mean, the race is
the-
close. But if you stay, you have to play 6 to 1. You don't want to do that.
no, that would be breaking your
That's-
board. And
that's
as we know, that
silly.
is against the rules. And
But there's-
plus, there's pick and pass numbers that would hurt even the racing chances that you have.
But there's part of me that wants to stay, not that saying that that makes anything.
The optimistic part of me wants to stay, but like all the numbers I'm staying for, like, the 6s that are
Right.
going to leave me shots are
That
going to
would have
put
done
me
it.
on the roof.
But you see, when you leave with 2 checkers there, you make it so easy for black to just play his checkers. You release all the contacts, so there's a sense that you kind of want to stay. But of course, it was a blunder.
We playing 2 to 1 or stepping up here?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is totally fine because Hideaki Ueda played it. And any play he makes is generally good.
Yeah, it's hard to, when you don't have an XG feed, it's hard to say, I don't know.
5-2. Double 2's okay, so this takes 1 off. Goes here. Yeah, seems fine as well.
Get another checker on the 4 point. Okay, makes sense.
The next two can fill in the gap if he needs to.
So Michi should be clinching this, taking a decisive match lead. 65% favorite in theory.
Which is good for Oliver, who's watching
But
right
it's
now,
good
I'm
for
sure.
Michi. It's good for the fans.
It's good for Michi as well. 2-1, not ideal. This should fill in the gap, though, on the 2 point with the 4, I would say. That way the next two we rolled doesn't hurt us. But, of course, Hideaki isn't out of this yet. 2-1, awful number for Michi. If he can roll some big numbers here, he'll have a chance. That is not big enough, but still gives him chances. He's even.
Ooh, it's close. I mean, as in, like, it's a 15% kind of job, I think.
If he doesn't miss, he could win. He does miss.
That's,
no, not yet. He can still win.
Up from 15%, if it ever was 15%.
2-3. Being haunted by this, I would
What do you do?
probably play 3-1.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do.
Double 4s. Now he can't miss, and now the only way Michi wins this game is with 5s or better.
Oh my god. Look away for
my
1 second.
Gosh, so sick.
I was just trying to see the chat, and what?
Wow.
That's so big. And
That is bad for Oliver and Michi. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And so Hideaki is playing a 0.24, albeit not many decisions there, I don't think. Not like serious ones that would trip up a player like him.
we have to pray for Oliver.
Oliver's doing just fine.
Okay. 6-1. Lovely bar. Oh.
Double 6 makes the 2. This is just
Anti-double 6.
the book play. After the bar is made, you don't feel so great about the double 6 anymore. Double 6 for the other guy. Now the 2 points made this way.
Or do you definitely don't bring them down? I guess not.
I wouldn't say definitely. I'm not 100%.
Okay, we're not seeing the feed.
Double 4s, great shot.
Out.
Out all the way. Because the other 4s don't look good afterwards.
Right,
so
right.
You might as well just keep going.
A simple old by elimination. Nothing else looks good, so. And this looks good, actually, of its own accord. You get the checkers semi-free. Next go, you roll a 5-3, you clear the 16 point, or 6-3, let's say.
Yeah, exactly. You could just roll 6-5 and just clear the outside point. 6-3, 5-3 would help clear the outside point as well. 6-1 misses. That's the 7 that misses. 4-3, 5-2 would have hit. Now there's 2 blots in the board. Double 1s makes the point. This
sliding.
Yes, we bring this one closer. I think it's probably better than cleaning up the blot, because do we care if we're hit when there's 2 blots in his board? Probably not.
No, we don't. But we also gain tremendously from shifting the 16 to the 15, making lots more clearing numbers.
And
covering the outfield as well.
Depending on the race, the game could be close to over, depending on what he rolls next. Very dependent upon what he rolls.
So this is, he's not going to make this play, but just for the fans, this is a sizable error, which can address the PR deficit. But he's not going to do it. I mean, okay, I'm sure he's going to play this play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when the cost of not getting hit isn't very high, split and make.
Okay, so what's going on here? It doesn't feel like it's
cube
enough.
is incoming.
Oh, okay.
I think.
2-0 up? I don't know about that.
I think you have a lot of wins, and there's the blot on the 1 as well, which is always bad.
Okay, it's a big cube.
The 2 points made, you're up in the race. A lot of things are going your way. And the blot on the ace is always terrible. Kazuki tuned me into this many a moon ago about how bad that can be.
Yeah, yeah. The front positions are almost symmetrical, actually. Not that that makes any difference.
There are just a lot of things that could go well, and more importantly, not a lot of things that can go poorly for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when things can go really well and never all that bad, sounds pretty good to me.
So from the body language, what are we? He's going to cube. I mean, it's almost a certainty, right? He's just. I haven't seen him on camera very much, so I'm not really attuned to his.
His face doesn't move. It stays the
Okay.
same. There is no, Michi definitely has emotions when he plays sometimes. Hideaki is the most stable man on earth when it comes to playing this game. He is the Rock. Not like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, but like just like a Rock, an actual Rock. So he finds the cube, of course. Michi takes. And 6-2. So not a great number,
No
but doesn't
bad.
leave a shot. And if Michi can roll a 2 here, he have himself a pretty good game, and he does, a double 2. So is he just going to cover the 1 point now? I think so. Because every time you have a blot on the 1, you cover the 1. This is like a rule.
I think he has to because White could end up wanting to leave indirect shots from this position, which
He could
wants to
have to leave some shots or something silly.
Yeah, or he might want to leave an indirect. Either way, so it behooves Michi to make the liability a kind of an asset. Of course, you never like to do that because you leave, you cement a gap,
I actually like making the 1. It feels good.
right?
But I didn't start playing this game a long time ago where they really had a strong...
Okay, so he doesn't. You see, he doesn't go.
Now you get a shot here, and you don't even know if you want to hit it. So, I mean, could we play the 5 down and just play 6-5 here? I don't know. Maybe not. I guess Michi's playing...
just
what?
2-1 with the 1 probably keeping the check spares where they're best placed.
Yeah, I mean...
Don't see what the gain of that could be, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one. So I like 2-1. Okay, what's he? Okay, so that's the right play. I have to ask him why. Next.
No, 7-2, 6-5 was the better play, not slotting the ace.
Oh, he played 6-1, 6-5. You're right. Okay.
Okay. I'm sure he'd still love to hit here, despite having 2 blots in his board now that the blot is on the ace, which I guess is the reason why they wanted to play 7-2 instead of putting the checker on the 1. If anyone's able to follow that, let me know. Good luck. We're just thinking a different number of rolls into the future about what could happen if I hit and he hit me back.
An awkward 3 that looks like it's, going to the 7 point, which is not particularly useful, but it does clean up. You have to leave no shots against this strong board.
And here, we could just play down.
Or look at 22-17 as a play. Completely different thing. But it's in there at number 2. Sneaky.
5-2 misses, but covers. I would think. I mean, you don't have to cover, but I would like to cover. This would make black feel a certain way about leaving that checker there on the 13 point. Because now the 3s would actually do something. So 4 and then 5. We could come out. Wow, 4-5. Is that right? 5-4 could make the 13.
Well, I thought it was a 4-3, so I ducked the chance of making a semi, almost a blunder. I think I would have just come down with a 4-5. I'm not sure.
I mean, this play certainly must win more.
This is a play that this particular player invented.
We had a play very similar to this on Stream 1 earlier in the day that the player didn't choose to play correctly, I think.
Was it Michi?
I don't remember who. It's all a blur. It's all a blur.
This is Mr. Butterfly.
Yeah. Yeah. But there are some checkers bearing down on him, but it doesn't look like there are, because of how strong your board is, it feels uncomfortable for him to want to hit you loose here, though I'm sure he might have to in some situations.
Good point. I mean, not with a 5-4, would you, you might have, actually, in fact,
No,
5-4
5-4 you
just
can
clear.
play 2 down,
Yeah.
Which still leaves a bunch of shots, but it does solve the problem if you get away with it.
So on a higher analysis level, 13.983 gets a little bit better.
I'd like for him to make this play. It seems to make it hardest for white to get home.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, he's not a favorite to roll double 4s or double 2s or 4-2, which is what you're afraid of.
Right.
It's just
Yeah.
all the other numbers don't play particularly well, and those numbers do, but it's not a reason to not do it just because those numbers would make me cry.
But then the trickiness of this play is that it seems totally viable to make the other play because you've still got plenty of contact. We know that just having, even though you vacate the outfield as black, white is going to have trouble bringing those checkers round. There'll be indirect shots. Like you said, if we roll a 5-4, we play 11 and 10, leaving multiple indirect shots.
I think the main issue of this, though, is that you likely, after covering, don't have the time to hold this anchor as white comes around the board.
Right. And what should he do here? What else can you... I mean, you can play 7-2.
So this is 6-1 and 5-2 plus, what, 6-6 for 5 numbers?
With
And does any other play leave less than 5 numbers? Yeah, going 7-2 apparently.
Oh, that's the play. I mean, I was like, well, I wouldn't... I don't think I would have looked at 15 to 10. I don't...
Yeah, 5 numbers
making any
or
claims
0
as-
numbers. So that's
7-2 is... You don't necessarily... I don't love the checker on the 7-point that much that I'm not willing to bust it into the 2-point. I mean, I just don't like this move. Really don't. I mean, I'm not...
Well,
It's
more
a small
numbers
thing.
is not fantastic a lot of times.
And now there's some cleanup difficulties. There are some good numbers, there are some bad numbers. We're facing a 6-point board. So 4-3, it looks like you have to play 9-6, 10-6 as a starter.
This gives 6-3 and 5-4 unless he just plays to the 2-point again, which is the best play.
Right.
Only giving double 6.
But there's logic to suggesting the other one because you keep that checker on the 15 point 8 pips away from safety.
This
It's like a long way away. He could come out to the 17. He's not looking at it.
Yeah, you should, because
Oh,
breaking your
okay.
board in backgammon is
Yeah.
always against the rules. This is just it, right?
Okay, but look. Oh, it is such a beauty. What a roll.
Imagine you
what
come
a
out, you would have
roll.
had a 7 to hit as well.
I know, but what a roll. Anyway, 3-1. You're happy either way, I think.
Double 1s. It's funny, anytime these breaking the board plays come up, it's just not generally right to break your board.
Oh.
4-2 so, well,
Ugly.
it is.
I mean, it's semi-forced. I mean,
Semi-forced.
either play is good, actually.
This one keeps the spare in front of the anchor, which I prefer.
Yeah. Right. You wouldn't...
Because he might hop out with a 6, and we could use those numbers to attack.
6-5.
So he has to come out with just 1, I think.
Single falcon.
The sparrow? We could just give it a bird name. Why not?
I don't know. I'm not going to come up with... It's not...
We could call it the Ivan Drago if we want.
To come up with animal names. 6-4. What? Look, 6-4. Okay. Oh no, it plays.
Okay, it plays,
Sorry.
it plays, it
Okay,
plays.
yeah, I was like, but if it
Doesn't play next time.
But if it had been on the 10-point, it didn't play.
Hmm.
Just pointing that out. Had the checker been on the 10-point, it wasn't on the 10-point.
But if it
But had it have
in
been
this mythical world of double tigers and soaring falcons,
right. So this is what I find almost discomforting. He's thinking something that I don't know. What is he thinking?
What is he
What is-
considering here?
Oh, no.
He would tell you, but it's in Japanese.
He's actually... I can't believe that he would... I mean, he won't make this play, but I wouldn't think about doing this.
Well,
The race looks locked up to me,
locked up.
but it's
I
not.
Mean,
I mean, I can see the percentages now, but somehow...
Yeah, I was looking at the
in
pip
my
count.
world-
It looked worse than it is.
In my world, it looks locked up. I don't know.
That's because you would never be able to hop out next roll. Neither would I. Right? I would just roll 4-3, sit there, and then they would
Are you
roll
playing
4-1.
in the World Championship this
No,
year
I'm
by any
on
chance?
commentary the entire time.
I see. I see. I will say I'll be... What's the right adjective? I'll be astounded if he doesn't play 11-1. Astounded. I mean, yeah, I know.
People,
That's my... I mean, genuinely, I wasn't acting there.
I will.
Oh, he missed.
I will say, I will say that people at home will find it funny. A Brit asking an English, an American for
language advice.
for
Very
for language.
You're very articulate. Look, he missed. Michi missed.
He did miss.
And it.
So he had the same position earlier. Then he rolled 6-1 and lost the game to Michi. 6-2. This is an
Michi's
improvement.
getting no decisions as well. That's
This is
the
always the
thing.
problem, yeah.
Yeah.
But at least he gets to roll for whatever that's worth. Okay, 4-3,
mean,
a little bit awkward.
to use
He
his-
wants to fan now for sure,
I
and he does fan.
This is a
6-5,
little bit off topic.
6-4,
OT,
5-4.
a little bit OT, but Michi has the most beautiful roll in backgammon, I find.
Does he? It sounds like
Stylish.
Hideaki Ueda when he rolls is trying to listen to the dice before he rolls. I noticed it every
What a-
time
Yeah. Okay.
that it comes up to the air and then release. You know, I'm watching the technique here, seeing if there's something that I'm missing.
While
in my
we're
game.
prattling on it, Michi could end up 6-0 down. He
could
could end up
happen.
6-0 down.
He rolls a 2-1, 3-1, something small here. This would not be ideal. 4-2 is not
Still
great,
not
but it
good.
does cross over, which is important.
Requiring a 5 or a 6 at least with one of the die to get a crossover next go.
Well, there's
4-2.
still 3 rolls, so it seems quite likely he'll get off. But there, oh my God, there's a sweat. Did you just jinx him or did I?
Well, he needed a 5 or 6, didn't he? If he'd failed to roll.
No, I mean he could cross over with 1.
Oh,
like-
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
because he still has 2
That's
rolls.
true.
The other guy,
So he could roll like a 3-2.
but he had to roll, you know, his second worst number.
Would have been a semi-gammonish spot. Though.
Very, very much so. Yeah, because then he would have needed a 6 for sure.
Right,
That
right.
would be unlikely.
Oh,
So I mean, this is massive for Hideaki if he can like pull off a double here.
So double
but he doesn't
3.
even need a double
double 3. Am I?
because and there is the Gammon.
Oh,
Wow,
oh, and
absolutely brutal. And what are we? 2 games in, and we're already at Crawford. Is that it? Was it 2 games or 3?
it's deflate. I mean, I feel deflated. I was so enjoying this duel, this opportunity, and
The whole tournament
move
could
up
be
in-
over.
Moving up from 2 to 1. I moved up. I moved up in the world, and yeah,
It's all right.
the tournament could be over.
Thing is like the stream 2 here still gets a lot of views and it still has the same players and the same best matches, so like everyone should definitely go back and watch all of the matches on stream 2 because I am going to. There's no doubt about
It
it.
means that.
I really do.
that.
There's no way I'm missing it.
Okay, let's just hope Michihito can get some traction here. 6-1, counteracting, but we know that this leaves Hideaki as a favorite because the 4-point is better, even though, well, not even though, because
Oh, it's Crawford. Oh no, I'm kidding. Okay, seriously, only Crawford.
So we would love to unstack that heavy 6-point.
Hideaki's laughing and kind of smiling. I don't know what happened. Something amused him after he knocked that thing off.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but yeah, he's like,
It was
we're
the-
moving this because your hand's going to hit it again.
It's very unstable, perched on that doubling cube there. It seems like it's going to click off in any moment. Double 6. I don't know what I would do.
Boxes.
His first thought is, I don't know.
Maybe we make the 2 points because
Good
if,
news. Yeah,
if we
either play is
yeah,
good.
it just feels weird to do out and down,
Bit of
leaving a
both.
bunch of shots anyway. Here, at least he could fan.
Oh, the 3-1 though.
doesn't.
6-5.
8-7, maybe. I
Oh.
like a little better, maybe.
That's
I was giving a
unusual.
counter argument.
No, I know, but it's actually only 6-5 because that's the normal play. 6-5, making the 18, huge improvement for Michi.
It's a good shot. It's definitely better than coming out and then making the 8, which I'm sure he looked at for a moment or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
just
sure,
wants to
but
check. That was the cause of the momentary pause. 3-2.
it's
No. Really?
yeah.
Really?
Well, I don't know. Okay, well,
Where is the hit though? I mean, yeah, he's looking at it.
you got to look. It's hard not to look.
So what? I just want to look at the winning chances. I don't know if the,
Oh,
if
and
the
he
transcriber
did it.
Oh, he did. So he's made another thing. So this is great for backgammon for the tournament for Michi.
Terrible for my early dinner chances, but you know, what are you going to do?
Okay.
I'm kidding.
What?
I-
4:30.
Is that what the time is?
Living in Fort Lauderdale.
I wish.
Do you?
Yeah, a nice little retirement
I can
community.
imagine
you
you're
know?
84.
I live like an 84-year-old man. Bit of a monk, bit of a hermit crab I am, you know. Less of a crab, more of like a hermit, something happy. I'm not necessarily, you know, very
happy-
even-keeled.
A happy crab.
Yeah.
6-3. You see, Hideaki's PR is now
A
above
2?
Mitch's.
Is it still?
Well, it's above Mitch's. No, I'm
Of course, though, that's important.
Yeah.
You know, if he doesn't win 2 points here, he doesn't win the whole thing, and then anything could happen from there. So that could be very decisive. And now with the double ones, those white checkers can't go as far as they'd like to.
So some people in the chat are asking, like, what's going on with the format? Do you want to... I know you explained. I think...
Maybe they weren't here for it, but
I didn't want to...
if Hideaki wins a single point here, Oliver's eliminated. But if he wins 2 points, everyone is eliminated and the tournament is over and he's the winner. So best case scenario for Hideaki is to win the match and the PR in this one match right now and just end it. So that last error actually cost him a lot in terms of overall tournament winning chances, right? You don't want your PR to be above the other guy and then have to play another one. He would love to just be at Crawford 7 away right now and just finish the thing. I mean, this is not the time to start this, right? But yeah, for sure, we can draw on it. Yeah.
It's there if you need it. The Telestrator. Okay, 4-5. That's an
4-5.
important roll
Comes
because
right
there
in
were some
and
bad rolls. That's a really good one,
hits
giving
2.
Michi every chance of bringing his position round, even though it's going to be a blitz way of completing the homecoming process.
Great roll entering with both. Does he roll a pointing number? He
I was gonna say,
does.
does he roll 2-1 and double Tiger? No, but
He would have if he rolled 2-1.
how
And
did
he
he do it?
enters.
Is he going to come in and hit? Nah.
What is
he?
the gammon
Nah.
worth to him at the score is the question.
Okay, hitting is not in the...
No.
You got it down. He told you.
He knows already. Anyway.
I
He was
just
asking,
asked.
so can
I
answer.
wanted to clarify. I'm 85% sure, but I know Justin knows. That's why I asked. I think...
I'm 88% sure, so just slightly better.
Okay. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, it felt like you needed to anchor with just having a quick eyeball of the position. It is in fact correct. But it's interesting. Why is it so bad to hit when you
Well, apparently it doesn't even win more games, which, yeah, I mean, I guess I could see it, you know, with the blot in the outfield, after you make the anchor, even if he gets away, there's a chance that checker is still sitting there for you to hit next time if you'd like. Probably doesn't love playing with 4 blots. That could go wrong. Maybe there's backgammons you could lose, and a backgammon would certainly hurt a lot. But that's certainly an outside shot of that happening.
Yeah, it's hard to clear up this checker on the 10 point as well. But or at least clear it up and do something with the back checker at the same time. So the back checker's still vulnerable, so he can hit now if he wants.
4s, 1s, or just a 4-1, you know, making the point naturally on his head. The ball is back in Hideaki's court, but he is still losing the PR right now.
Okay, but Michi has a little bit of a future coming in on the 23 point, giving him at the moment 5s and maybe 6s to escape, but no longer 6s.
It's hard for me to see Michi making a mistake in this game anywhere.
Right.
As I say this, you know, but of
Right.
course he's not going
No, I
to leave a
think that's
shot.
a
It just
fair-
seems like everything kind of plays itself. Either you're coming out or you're breaking your thing, and this just hits.
It's from the 13.
I would remake the 8, even though this gives double 1s, but if he rolls a 2, he's still trapped if you own the 8 point. Kind of.
No
3, 4
2.
fans.
6s, 9s, 11s.
6
Six.
covers. Slot the bar.
Me too.
If he rolls 1-6, there's a blot in his board, and then, you know, if we get miss, we can just make it and then take our time coming around the board. So this seems clear.
Michi would love a 1. I mean, a 1 will give him something, but now
Hideaki gets all these decisions, and now Michi gets nothing, so there's a chance for him to work it down. The 3 makes the bar, and the 6 just steps out. And now if he enters with, like, 1-6, this would be a catastrophe, right? I'm always looking for the sickest thing that could happen.
so Michi may be on course for a PR win. I would say so. I don't think there are enough decisions to
I would do the other one. I don't like this play, actually.
Right. Okay, making the 3 points. So Michi gets a decision. So I don't think there are enough decisions if Michi gets hit and gets put on the bar again to turn the PR race in Hideaki's favor.
So he's thinking about this because he goes, I need to be hit in order to make the anchor to have any shot at all. So that's the idea behind that play. He goes, okay, if he hits me, maybe I roll a 1 and then I have an anchor and I don't just get closed out.
I remember hearing that argument for the first years ago, way back in my early backgammon career. I was like, really? What? I was like,
And
whoa.
look, 13-10.
Okay.
Right? It's like when gammons don't matter, the that's the DMP of all DMP plays.
I'm glad I didn't say no. That would be, why is he doing that? Because I was about to, but okay, he does it and it's brilliant. It's just genius, at least on plus.
3-1.
I think
guess
it would
that
come out.
Come out. Put
Yeah,
7-6.
why not come out?
I mean, he's thinking of, because there's no gammons to be 1 here for him, right?
Just avoid
So
all
just coming
accidents.
out, double 2s.
Back-to-back double 2s. You don't want...
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. It's probably happened to me. That's why I walk with a limp.
I heard, so... Don't do the... You're funny. You're funny. What do you do? You have to hit?
I
Well, you
mean,
don't have
okay, only to be hit back, so you can get hit
You want
and
to
then
carry
roll
on
an
with
ace.
your plan. Okay, so he doesn't get it. Okay, he's getting decisions though.
He is getting decision. That's important for him to maintain his PR lead.
Oh, he's going for this.
Well, he's behind a 6
I
prime. There's no way to get
guess.
out.
It's taking me quite a long time to cotton on to... I still wouldn't do this. I would just try and get that...
I mean, if you don't, you might as well resign.
Well, you have like, what, 4% when you've got one checker closed out? What is it, less?
Less, like 1. You've got like nothing. It's less than 2.
Okay, now he gets no decisions, but I think Michi wins the PR, which is still worth something.
It's worth a lot. It's worth a lot. It's worth nothing to Oliver, though.
Who's...
Ale oxen free. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to work it down enough. Let's see how much it drops with every decision. Not much, so no.
Oh, this one. Like then freak kind of double 6.
I go 4-1 here. He's looking to pre-clear the point.
Yeah. 4-1. They're all interesting that this is right. Just paying off to the immediate double 6, double 5.
Clearing the 6 is in the ballpark. 4-1 is in the ballpark. But maybe 4-1 is a play that wins more gammons. He makes the best play because Hideaki's an absolute monster.
Okay, kind of hopeless, this position.
I mean, you've never rolled a 6-5 here before.
I've never rolled a 6-5 in my life. Do you believe me?
No. No, definitely not. Six four, of course. 6-4 is good. Better
Getting
than
closer.
6-5 because 6-5 is forced. 6-4 is at least a decision.
Yeah. I'm kind of fixated on this PR. I'm now starting to think, okay, that's another 4C.
Forced play, no decision.
So this is Jin, is it not? Or maybe it's...
We'll see if it's Jin
Point-
or
point.
Jin-ish.
I'm going to say this is Jin. I think that would be a safer side to take.
It's safe. If his PR didn't move, it is. But I'm not a mathematician, so I just keep rolling. Find it to be faster that way. And his PR doesn't move.
Handshake.
So I think Oliver is eliminated, and these two are going to play again.
Right, okay. Thank you for taking, because I wasn't sure that that was about to happen.
Yeah.
So now, what do you know? How many points they've both got? These two guys. Is it 15-11? So there's still a gap of 4.
So I think there's a gap of 3 between them actually.
Okay.
Because they just split these points, so there's a
With
gap
4
of
points
3.
4 points up for grabs.
Yeah. So there's 4. Yeah. So there's 2 more matches potentially.
Right.
So right now, I believe Hideaki has 15 and Michi has 12. So there's a 3-point difference. So if Michi can win the match and the PR twice in a row, he can win. But I think
Right.
that's his
and if he
only
wins
path to
3
victory.
points, he's not going to win because unless
Well,
unless the average PR.
unless the average
Yeah.
PR swings
Right,
wildly.
right.
And the way
Yeah.
Hideaki's been playing, it would be surprising because with the number of matches played, he would have to have a match in like the 5s or 6s, which just seems unlikely. Ueda won but lost the PR.
So they got to play again.
They're going to roll it out, so I don't know if he's really lost it. I've seen it change more than that, but it seems like it seems that way, yeah.
Okay.
But in order for Michi to win, he has to win the match and the PR twice in a row
Yeah.
to win on points,
3 down.
which seems to be the only way to win. So the next match is decisive. And then the next match is decisive, if there is a next one.
Correct.
We'll see how it goes at the car wash.
Well, as soon as we get that match,
Yeah, then we'll start the next one.
reanalyze it takes about a minute for both.
Okay. It wasn't a long match, I don't
Yeah,
think
it was
either.
a short match. I think
Yeah.
there were
It was a bit of a shorty.
3.
It'll take 30 seconds on the reanalysis.
38 seconds.
You know, that's, yeah, it's crazy.
Oliver is out, so this was the match to determine whether or not Oliver was still in the tournament or not. So his fate was decided by these 2 players, and he's mathematically eliminated. But he had a good tournament. I think he played, like, not to his highest level, but he played, obviously very, very well. He still played, like a
3.37, something like that.
3.38, very, very, very strong. But, you're playing against Hideaki Ueda, of course, right? And this guy's averaging a 2.36, so like a full PR point better. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Michi's currently playing a 2.99, but of course these will be better after this match because both players played below that number, right? Or close to.
Yeah.
But after this many matches played, even if he has one bad match, it's not really going to change their PR average that much because they played so many matches so far.
Exactly. Exactly.
Doesn't carry much weight.
I'm talking about the future ones, even if they have a bad one.
Okay, so
Be back in a few minutes then. See you guys in a bit. Oh yeah, by the way, smash the like button, subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll. This is Simon Bargett. We'll be back.
I'm all excited about just getting started.
We are back with more Michihito Kageyama versus Hideaki Ueda. Many of these in a row. These are like pretty epic. Two of the absolute best players in the world playing each other multiple times back to back to back is what I've been looking for.
All right.
And I've found it here, of course, the 2026 UBC Contender Knockout Tournament. The two final players, Michihito Kageyama versus Hideaki Ueda. So the way this is going to work from now on is Michi has to win the match and the PR in this match, and the match and the PR in the next match in order to win.
Hi, Justin.
That's it. Welcome back, Simon.
Hello, Matt. Hello, Alex. Hello, Jesper.
MCG in the chat. Nice to see you. Alex Ashagian. If you guys haven't yet, if you wouldn't mind, smash the like button. Subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel for the algorithm. Our computer overlord commands it.
Because, I mean, they're playing with
Interesting, deciding to make the 23. It's super close, and he's got this cube already, and I'm sure he's decided to take already. He probably told himself, if I make the 23 point, I'll take the cube. Four-two. Do we hit and split, or do we just make the 9?
Well, you can make the 4 as well, duplicating something, or am I missing something? Yeah. I wouldn't hit.
The only reason why I like the hit is because I get to split with the 2 and get to the edge of the prime because of how much I hate being on the 23 to begin with.
Okay, I'm way, way behind the curve. Yeah, of course.
Because when you're on the 23,
why are we having
you
the-
want to be off the 23.
Why are we having the 23 point in the first place? No, I mean, it was a fair play.
So this just feels nice. Even if you get hit back on the 7, you couldn't upgrade your anchor. And I'm not too keen to keep the 23 because I don't love having it to begin with. MCG says tricky play, of course. And he chooses a different one. So
Okay.
this bodes well for Michi's
It does,
chances if he
certainly.
can win.
Yeah.
Any little PR edge against these two guys, it's hard to scrape it back because we can't anticipate that they're ever going to make another mistake ever
Right,
again.
Exactly that. Okay, so 6-5 is an improvement.
Can he point on him? He does with 6-1. 7s will still hit from the roof along with 2-6 and 3-6 and 4-6. 4-3. Unfortunately, he has to re-roll that. Oh, I'm looking for it. Oh, look, I found a 7.
Well, 3-3 is a return hitter as well as all the other usual ones. 4-6 is one of them.
Hitter. This is great for Michi. PR leader. Potential game winner in this moment. 1-6 hits back.
Good news and bad, I would say.
Mostly good.
Stripping MIDI. 3-6. Out with...
Furthest one. I personally would just come out.
It's close, okay. I wasn't sure. What, avoiding the double hits, but the one you want to move, I think, is the one from the back. But you don't want to get double hit, so it kind of balances out. 4-5 will double hit. 3-3 will double hit.
What's surprising to me is how close they are. You know, it's funny that when you look back at your own matches when
Yeah.
you're playing in their videotapes, sometimes you're taking time
Yeah.
in real time between two plays that are almost even because you're not sure if they are or not.
You're none the wiser to the fact that they're very close. Yeah, it's very curious, that kind of phenomenon. 4-2, what, just
this
pointing
play.
on? Okay, no, you can double hit.
You can double hit.
I think I would have pointed.
I can certainly see the merit of the double hit because he could enter and clean up that blot, and you really would like to be able to get away with hitting the second one because if he had 2 back,
And
it
then-
might facilitate the crunch a little bit faster.
Right, exactly. And then you've got 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4 that are going to hit the checker on the 7 point, which don't do anything about cleaning that blot on the 16 point. So you've got those numbers in addition to the cleanup numbers.
6-4 would be a great shot. Any 6 that allows you to split off your anchor would also be
yeah.
a good shot because you're getting stuck.
And he's still
5-4.
finding- okay, it's going to hit
It's double
twice. I spotted that one just about, but he's still got that problem of the 23 point. But then again, hitting twice is going to help solve that problem if things go well after this double hit.
I think it's much clearer now than it was before.
Yeah, yeah. Not just from an equity point of view, but from seeing the answer point of view. But it is. I agree with that. It's a much bigger gain. It gets you, enables you to escape from the
we
back.
Split off of the anchor after we cover, because we have to find a way out of there. We're just trapping ourselves.
2 improvements, obviously. 1 covering the blot and the 2 point, but yeah.
It does leave a few liabilities, but I will say that the liability is stronger us staying on the 23. It just seems like we're going to get counter-primed if we don't try to fight off of that. So, of course, he's just hoping that he fans, but he doesn't. He enters with a hit.
Oh,
The strong arm of the
hit.
law.
We don't like to have as white 4 men back. It's going to get difficult.
4-6.
What do we do? Going to have 6 blots,
Hop
whatever
out
the
with
weather.
one of
I
them.
don't see how you can make the position not 6 blotty.
Got to hop out with one of them.
Yeah. Well, you could play. Could you ever play 9-3, or is that senseless?
I think that
No, that's
it
the
would
worst
keep-
play.
I think it would keep 4. I think it would keep 4 checkers behind a prime,
Okay.
which is not ideal.
So I was like trying to minimize shots, I think, with that idea. Okay, so they're tied between same kind of thing with the 3-6 that we had before.
And like the other time, I would choose the furthest one that could hop out.
So you would choose the other one.
I would choose the other one. Yeah.
Right.
I would
Me
choose
too.
The other one. Because I still feel quite primed here.
Right. You want to get the
I wanna be
most
able to-
traction
Yeah.
from those prime back checkers, but that's not the only consideration, of course. Now, it's funny, Mitch's position is strong, but it's not completely decisive, I would say, until he manages to, like, something like point on the checker on the 3 point.
Or make the 4. Making the 4 is
To
very
close
strong.
down that board, there's a sense in which, when you only have a 2 point board...
It looks pretty decisive. I mean, there's blots everywhere. He's got the stronger prime.
Well,
Anything. I mean, of course, my roll would be terrible. Michi's roll is going to be great.
okay, what you would roll 6... I feel you would roll 6-1, but cleaning up the blot on the 24, making a 17 point. We got Maggie in the chat. Anastasia Mary. Yeah, he's really agonized over this, so they become totally equal on a higher analysis level.
You know, he could win the entire thing by just not losing 2 points in this match, right? That's basically how this works right now. If Michi doesn't win the match and the PR, it's just over.
I think people, I mean...
I think.
Yeah. Oh, he did roll the 1-6.
Maybe I'm wrong,
He did
'cause
roll
he
the
could
1-6.
tie.
And
Okay.
he didn't misplay it by making a 17 point, which would have been a humongous blunder.
And now it looks very, very Gammon City-ish, and this just
Yeah.
points on him. and
Okay.
now, of course, he'll roll 2-3 and make a double anchor.
Chance
and
for
win
a
the game.
mistimed, a disgusting
No,
mistimed
but
back
any
game.
anchor is good. Any anchor is good.
5-1, are we double hitting? Okay.
2-3.
Are we hitting? Are we not hitting? What are we doing?
Wow, I don't think I want to hit. I think I like making the 8. Feels
Okay.
very stable. And then I think the only other number I have is just to go to the 4. Yeah, I think so. I think so. The match and the PR, it's over. Yeah. Yeah, but at least, but this will be over if he doesn't do it now.
That's right. So what you said was correct.
I think so. You never know, though.
If Hideaki wins either one,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What have we got? 3-2. What, coming in and what? Maybe thinking of playing 6-3 with the 3 instead of 13-10, which is not quite as good. This is not easy, right? You could find an excuse for just giving up on the double anchor like this. But I suppose the only way that you can have any defense is to make a double anchor. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
and just crunch if you have to. If you have to crunch, you crunch. Okay, so this is a blunder.
Yeah, the double anchor is, I mean, okay, you don't have the time to play it. He knows this, right? And I guess he's trying to maintain the fact that he can just keep this 3-point game if he can hop into the outfield.
Right.
Sometimes you just make it and then you roll a 2 next roll, right? But it worked out for him the way he played it, and it would have worked out worse the other way. But
yeah.
still, he could have just rolled a 2 and then hopped out with a 6. But very, very tricky stuff all the way around.
I don't think I would keep it slotted, but my brain is
Probably
slowing
play
down.
Just
My brain is slowing
play-
down. 2, 6, 1, 6, 3, 6, which aren't great. Make
Yeah.
them slightly better, maybe. Okay.
sometimes in these spots you don't mind being hit, but
We got the heavyweight team.
Apparently
The
here
team. This is the
would be
heavyweight
great.
team. The Kaz and the MCG. This is like, yeah, the chat
pros.
chat pros, yeah. 6-1. Okay, you could even just
We could just come
give
out.
up and come off now.
We could just come out if you
Right.
wanted.
Okay. No, I don't know whether I would have been seduced to do that.
Well, it's.
Okay.
I think this is good because you want to be hit back there.
No.
The bot doesn't like it.
Okay. You,
Maybe
'cause
because he
just
could
cry-
roll
you
a
can just-
6.
You can just crunch. Yeah. I'm also.
He could
I'm
crunch and he could roll a 6, but if he fans, he gets to maintain his board. Is this the problem?
Yeah. I'm sure you would have seen that. Yeah, I didn't see it initially. I was like, oh, we can hit.
Michi makes a play. It seems reasonable to me. 2-6.
Okay, kind of.
Force.
We'll see whether this bears fruit or not. It might do. You never
It
know.
might if he fans.
Okay,
This could
no.
be bad. 3-6
Are you-
doesn't fan. We
Okay.
clean up one of the
I
bots.
don't. I don't think I'm hitting now. Where do you want to clean up to? So this doesn't
I guess
duplicate the
this-
3. If that's a meaningful duplication, I don't know. So Michihito 326. What did he do? Oh, he hit, and it was a blunder. Okay, so this I would have
I
done.
like
this.
the other one for 2-1.
Oh,
Be
double
kind of funny.
3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Might as well hit.
No. We've missed a trick, which is
No, this is right, but you just play 6-3 and make the 3, right? Leaving
Right.
the 1 and the 6 open.
right. That's a hard. If you're going to not take tremendous amount of time, that's a hard thing to spot. Anyway, 3-1, bringing both checkers in, and still having 5 men back, but comes in to what avail? One might say. I mean, it might not help him to come in.
5-1.
Just coming out. Let's just stop this hitting.
Yeah.
Let him roll. Let him roll.
Yeah, because
we don't want him to roll a 1.
it'll help him crunch, though. Rolling a
roll a
1
1.
won't really help because we have plenty of timing as black, and his forward position is going to start crunching.
Okay. Yeah. He's
And if we hit the 6 now, instead of breaking his anchor,
Oh, no.
3-6 is like the best.
So. That wouldn't have played so well the other way.
Okay.
You don't want to cover, but what do? Hit and go to the 6?
Hit and go to the 6. No part of us is trying to cover the 2. We kind of like the idea of getting hit there.
Okay.
2-5.
Yikes.
Okay.
There's so much strength in whatever. Michi can roll anything and win whatever.
5-3.
Yeah. I would come out to the 17, I think. Just because there's a tiny chance that check can get stuck.
That's true. We could roll double 3s, which would be
I
a
like
really dumb
17.
number.
Let's see.
I like your play.
I like that you like my play.
4-3. I mean, could we play 6-3 here? I mean,
Yeah,
are we really
I
trying
would.
to
Yeah,
time
I
this
don't
game?
know why he picked
I-
up so quickly. I mean, but there we go.
Because I was thinking if I rolled an ace, I would want to play 2
I
to
might
1.
hit, but
so
he's continuing to hit it, and I might actually have hit there.
No hitting here, that's for sure.
Okay, and again, he could do something funky, like come in and play 5-3 volunteering.
I like getting to the edge, but apparently it was wrong. I think.
I didn't see
did
anything.
see the PR's move. Maybe not.
Okay, I mean, they're not playing this so well. I mean, I would expect them to play this super well, even though it's a tough little
These back games
kind of
are
primey
super
double back game. But I
tricky.
would expect them. So this like 6-4, 3-2, 4-3 maybe. Okay, not quite. It's better just giving up.
Killing the fives, making sure that you don't have to play them anymore.
And then spreading them somehow here. It's like 24-19, 37, 24.
Yeah, I guess he's considering whether or not he wants to just cover, which I don't think he does. All of this seems fine to me. Don't have a strong opinion on one play over the other.
Well,
6-1, great roll, and slot the 3-point.
we'll select the 2 point, the 1 point.
I wouldn't slot the 1 because I don't want to make the 1 in this sort of game. You
Okay.
want to make the 3
Logical, yeah.
because
yeah,
you want
they're
him
close.
to enter on the 1 and get trapped behind the structure. And if you do this, you might have to make the 1, and then nobody ever gets trapped. (6-2).
So a 6 is hope for Hideaki. A non-6 probably is no hope. So you're certain that he shouldn't make... Okay, you're
Yeah,
right.
so you
he
just
shouldn't
slot
make
the
one.
3 here and just come out, right?
Yeah.
To the 13. You want to avoid making the ace in these back games. Sometimes you have no choice, but you want to avoid it if you can. Because you want to just focus on prime because you want to trap.
Uh-huh.
So all variations later on, because you could actually get a second checker sometimes too if you build the structure and the 1 is open, he is on the 1, gets trapped, just another checker gets loose. You're just
Yeah.
thinking so much further into the
Can
future.
be fatal for your
in these
chance
sort-
to make the 1. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is a great play by Hideaki. Double fives is a bit fast.
Yeah, it's leaving...
By a bit fast, I mean way too fast. 2. There we go. And you just leave the shot there, maybe.
I think you just leave it on the 7 point, yeah.
You're
'cause
not
this-
even too upset about getting
I
hit
don't
the
wanna
way
play
his board
7
looks, but
Yeah, and I don't want to play 7-2. That looks like it makes the bear-in more difficult
Yeah.
to put a checker on the 2 point.
and he's probably not even going to hit you with a 6 anyway, right? So I don't know if he's ready to hit you.
He won't hit with a 6, but
No, I don't think so.
He will think about hitting with a 4. I mean, I'm so...
4-3. So maybe you just...
Yeah, you
Okay, so this is for them. Yeah.
You have to.
You have to hit. You have to hit. The problem is you're losing your timing. You could start crunching if you don't hit. It's not like you want to hit.
I was going to hit, but I didn't want to make a public deliberation just in case I was wet, so I kept it inside. But I think with a 4 you had to. With a 4 you had to.
It's
hit.
only about
With a
preventing
6.
your crunching because if you
Okay,
if
but
you
he
have
did-
to
he
roll
did it. He actually did. I mean, that's
you have to
surprising.
roll a 4 or a 6 next roll
Okay.
or else you're going to crunch. And here
Just
you
saying
break the
play-
8.
Yeah, you can play 8-5, but this is a
Oh, is this
huge
wow,
blunder.
200 blunder.
I wouldn't have expected it to be so bad.
Especially with 3 blots in his board.
Right.
But Michi looks at it, and then, of course, wow, what a lucky roll that is. You're telling me, like that, rolling a 4 there or a 6 to hop out.
Okay, but that's
ideal.
that returns the luck favor. Clearing the 8 point safely is a big gain in the position. Now Hideaki
2,
just
and
wants
then
to make the
4
6,
comes down.
but he doesn't. He makes 3. And the timing is very questionable.
It
at
is.
best.
It is. It is gone. There is no timing in this game. He's going to have to hop off his forward anchor soon. 2-1
Oh my
makes
God.
the 6. That's a great
Perfection.
shake.
But it might not help him.
It'll certainly help. As long as he can roll a 4 or better here to get off.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Oh, not ideal. He would
Keeping a
have preferred
6.
to run off the anchor, though, to keep the board. 'Cause now he has the 1 point made, and that's not great. We've
Okay.
already gone
We'll
over
We'll
this.
take double 1 in this position.
2-1 as well, right? The funny numbers that don't allow you to leave. Double
Oh no,
threes.
no, I meant for Hideaki. With the
Okay.
double 1 was a perfectly acceptable for Michi. Perfectly
Oh,
acceptable
yes, I
roll.
see.
Yeah. So now you don't leave the horror shots. You'll even take a 2, just leaving a single
Oh, the
shot.
double shot.
Okay, but it's not a horror. You just kind of
It
leave.
feels
the
like a
double shot.
horror. It feels like a horror. I certainly would have preferred 6-5.
Okay.
2.
I guess there's the repeating 4-1.
This just comes all the way out. I think we want to give ourselves the maximum number of numbers to cover this, so I'm going to leave the 4-6 catastrophe. 4-3, enters and just hops out.
Fantastic roll, of course, because
I would fan here, by the way, but Hideaki is amazing, so he's not going to do that. Oh my God, he did!
wow, okay.
I thought only I could do
A
that.
conceivable way of coming home with some
And
blocks
now,
to help
he misses.
help your path home.
Well, I don't think you need to
can't
think
do
about the
blocks.
1 too much.
Eat my
Oh, it's a 4-2. So he's giving an additional 6-6 if he comes around, but it brings you closer to home, so I have to come around.
I love to come close to home. I can't pass up on the opportunity. So just going to the 12.
So what is this? 6-6, 6-2, 5-2, 3-2, 1-2.
Double 3.
Double
Alex
threes
points out.
also
Very
hits.
good. Got some astute. Oh my.
Oh, and another fan. The Gammon is incoming.
Lotties here.
And the 2 hits,
well,
well, if it does, it has to slot.
I think
Wow.
I think I
4
do.
and then 2.
Do
No.
I?
don't think you need to hit to
Okay,
win
no,
the
no.
Gammon.
Okay, I'm going.
You
a bit
just do
crazy.
this.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's this? 6, 2, 3, 5. Anything else?
You want to hit, but it's just too
no,
nuts.
it's only 4 shots. He won't hit.
Double 6.
Okay, so we just scarper with that front checker, right? We're not coming off the 24, so we just play 13, 7,
Yeah,
10,
not
4.
yet. Yeah, I think you slot the 4. Slotting the 4 seems all right, unless you're just thinking about getting off the
Okay.
Gammon. But I don't think you get off the Gammon
Better
without
is-
making the board.
Slightly better is 9 and 4. Yeah, that makes more sense. Keeping the checker back on the 13 point.
I like slotting because I want to make the point. Making points is good. Double 4s leaves another shot, but it takes 3 checkers off. So this shot, if he hits it, is less fatal than before, but he misses. And maybe we're worried about getting backgammoned. I know that happened to Michi the other day.
Double
So he
3
comes
now
off with
becomes-
1 just in case he rolls a big double here. He doesn't get backgammon. 2-1 leaves a shot. So you should take 1 off and just come closer with the ace. Or you can hit. Wow.
Yeah, I
Get him
would-
out of your hair entirely.
I think I would have hit just to
I guess
knock
this
the problem
leaves
on
you
its head.
Odd, doesn't it? And then it might lend yourself capable
Unless you
to
roll,
losing a coup classique.
unless you roll one of the 10 ones, it does leave you odd. So I think Michi will hit.
It's funny because my play wins more, but the hitting wins more gammons.
What, just with the double 2 fan? I don't really understand why, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, way more gammons. I guess it's just because it sends you back a few pips.
Yeah.
Maybe. And every pip is really crucial, very critical.
So, of course, my default is just think of the DMP play, but, because I thought you just want a gammon almost all the time anyway, but apparently the gammon is not guaranteed. and
Yeah,
so you gain a lot from the hit
Oh, he
because taking the extra
does.
checker
That's a
off
big-
doesn't save a roll really either, does it?
And
He hits with the 2-1.
he would have hit, but
And I think
anyway.
I would play 7-6 here because if he rolls 3-4 and I get double hit, I would be so livid. And I don't want to leave more double hitting numbers. So I would lift.
It costs 2 numbers, 2 covering numbers, right? Or is that wrong? So it just gives you 2s, double 1. Okay, no, but maybe they're covered by the 6. Okay, it was the right play. So he's going to
5-5.
close out a 10 checker position. Where does that leave him?
And the
Winning
2s
chances.
cover. Go to the 6 and just figure out the other one. So 10 checkers with the gap. Probably
32%.
equals around 9 checkers off, I would say.
Oh,
Whatever
really?
9
Oh, wait,
checkers
wait.
is.
Okay, so
yeah.
it's like...
Whatever 9 checkers is, I would say. Especially if Hideaki can get the perfect distribution going.
I don't think it's that much.
I think it probably is.
I think
5-3.
way less. So 9 checkers, if he'd have 9 checkers would be...
6-2. Oh, yikes.
Oh,
I
you-
think you want to go 3-1. Even though the other play is safer, you need to make up the deficit, which means you need more diversity. Here, you're going to open up with all 5s. And 5-1, he could have had an extra checker off. and kept the board closed. And now he enters immediately with the first 5. So
That
now he's
wasn't
in
right. I was like, I don't want to say anything. The 5, he should have left it. Slots taken,
6
done something
off,
else
right?
with it. Right. Okay.
Just
Yeah.
6 off.
okay.
Because
That
if
was the play that took a man off. Whatever that
Yeah,
was.
6 off.
Right.
Instead of 5 and lift.
but,
because if you get hit, if he enters, you're losing anyway.
Anyway, so he had to 6.
So you have to hit
6-5
because
it
then you
here.
get the come around.
He hit. Michi fanned. Just
Yes, he has to
updating
hit.
you.
He has to hit.
So Michi fanned with a 3-2, I believe it was.
Hitting is clear, 6-1.
Okay.
You don't even want to lift, so you want
I'm
to play
not sure.
3-2,
Okay.
right? No, 5-4 is actually best here. I would.
Yeah, it's seductive to play 3-2 because like 6-5, 6-4 take 2 checkers.
Plus,
two
if he
checkers off.
if he
5-4
hits you, you
takes
could
2
hit the
checkers
other
off.
guy.
Yeah. This looks like it's a give up, like a weakness kind of play where you're not doing what you want to do.
And it feels totally opposite to what my game plan has kind of been, or should have been.
Looks like he'll play 3-2. I think the human play is 3-2, so he
Yeah.
does it. He's hitting the clock. Michi needs to come in. I mean, they could end up getting into trouble. He
No,
doesn't come in,
Michi doesn't do
please.
it. So does he have anything here? I
think
don't
so.
think so. I wish he put his checkers in the checker tray. 4-3.
Okay, what has he got? 10
He's doing
checkers.
good now.
Even
so
after a fan here, I'm not sure it's anything.
if there's a fan, he should do something, I think. Let me just see here. So 10 checkers off, 4, 6, 5, 4. I think he should
Yeah,
redouble
maybe,
and he should
maybe.
take.
Taking looks wise to me. I don't know about the redouble part. Because you might not, you're not going to take 2 checkers off unless you roll 6-4, 5-4, 6-6, 5-5, 4-4, 3-3, 2-2.
6, 5,
How many numbers is that?
4. Gotcha.
Okay, nice.
So the thing is the way I do this is against a 4-point board. I think I did it like 6-5-4, where the difference of the number of checkers makes the difference in my cube action. Where if the difference was 6, I wouldn't double. If the difference was 5, I would double take, and if the difference was 4, it's just double pass. So here's how that's how I would do that, and it's actually better that the checkers are closer to the 1
So
point
here, what,
than
the
it would
difference
be.
is 5, right? Because
Yeah,
he's got 10 off, we've got 5.
Exactly, which is why I
Yeah,
have
that
it at
5 is
redouble
usually
take.
right. Yeah.
I've done a lot of looking at
What-
these
what I-
because
what
I've
I-
messed up tons of these in the past.
What I tend to do is like overvalue the take side, so I'm always concerned if when I'm in White's position here, I don't want to give away a very, very easy take. But of course they can be big doubles and big takes. Which
So against a 5-point board, I go 5-4-3, where that's the cube action, and against a 4-point board like this, I go 6-5-4,
right.
with no double take, double pass being the numbers. But this is just my method that I've just kind of come up with. I know the other one with the 5-point board, but I haven't really heard anyone talk about the 4-point board being on the roof. It's so niche.
I think it makes a difference, by the way. Sorry to cut you off on that thought. If take the checker, the dilly builder, or the spare on Mitch's 2-point, put it on the 1-point, I think it might not be a redouble.
If you put it on the 2-point,
Yeah,
put it
if
on
you
the
put it,
1.
take the checker, the spare on the 2, put it on the 1-point, I think it makes a difference.
No, it'll be the same. I mean, the numbers might change, but it'll still be a redouble take. I will say if you want to make a change to White's position, if you put the checkers on the 4 and the 3, it's actually worse for White than they are where they are currently.
Well-
And they'd be even better for his position if they were on the 1.
Because now White, if otherwise White could roll a 2-1, keep his board.
He could just leave a shot as well. He could just roll 6-5, you know? Ends up getting into like more speedboard sorts of positions where he just never misses ever again. Here he could roll multiple aces in a row, like if they were further back, and that could slow him down. If anyone interested, MCG has an Anki deck from Rainer Bergnell, which has a bunch of these positions in it, which is why I am so much more proficient in them now than I used to be. So shout out to MCG. And shout out to Rainer. I have those on my phone. I went through those quite a bit. Didn't make it to the end, though, of course, because I'm a bit of a quitter. Jokes. But yeah. So I'm pretty sharp in these until I, forget again.
I'm just gonna. Oh,
Nice
no, I
recube.
don't have time, but I was gonna.
You go ahead, go put it
fiddle
in.
with the position a little
Yeah.
bit, but it's only on XG Mobile.
I think the take is very, very clear here. And obviously, I know I can see the numbers, but I mean, from what I mentioned before, my method kind of has that solved-ish, provided the take point isn't extremely different than what it would be for money. And if it's not because it's 0, you know, whatever. You get my point. 6-1, and Michi needs a big one here. He needs a biggin. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a 4 roll. Okay, so now we have a stack and straggler sort of situation where he's thinking about redoubling right now. There's a whole formula here that you can use in order to figure out where you are in this situation, where you're like 3.5 times the number of remaining checkers plus the straggler's pip count. But I don't want to bore you to death, but that is what the formula is in these situations. Figure out where you are as black, and then you convert white's position, and then you compare those two to each other. (5-3) average roll. 4-1, not ideal. Does he have anything here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 15, 17.5 plus 8, 25.5 versus like a 3-roll position. So no, I don't think we have anything here yet. I think the problem with this is Michi could bear in and not take a checker off, and then he would be in a 3-roll position as well. And he might just get a more efficient double next time. But oh, look at this. It's so close. So he wouldn't be making much of a mistake if he doubled this at all. But this is just due to the score. And the score implications is what makes this very, very close to a double.
But of course, Michi could roll a number that doesn't bear off a checker, and then he'd be a huge, huge underdog.
Yes. But I guess he's thinking about the variations where he does bear in and bear a checker off, and then he's just in a 2-roll position versus a guy on roll with 3 rolls, and then thinking about that spot, like, does that lose the market? And maybe if that extra checker was on the ace, it would be a cue, but there's a chance he could roll an ace again, and then an ace again, and be in a spot like that where he ends up missing on his final roll with an ace.
The only misser, though, I can see is 4-3. There's nothing else that misses.
Well, he can still take after the aces, though, as well, right? He rolls 3-1, 4-1, 5-1. He can still very easily take. Yeah.
2-1 is almost, it's like a semi-miss. It's so bad. Leaving a checker on the 6 point and having 3 on the 2 is nasty. Simon was just being circumspect. Now I got too near the mic, yeah? Simon is suffering from having a little bit too much of his tuna sandwich from yesterday. A little bit of a sugar overdose. And Justin is really on form at the moment, so I'm letting Justin do some talking. Simon's mic is dead. No, I don't think so.
No, he just wasn't close to it. He's totally fine.
I wasn't talking. I just wasn't.
He was
talking.
more talking to me than the people at home. It's all right. It's totally fine.
So yeah, I was trying to think through the score implications. So we've got a 4 cube.
When is the doubling window open?
I don't know about that. But all I know is the take point's 24 for Hide. Does that have any implications? Well, the doubling window is going to open earlier, right?
It opens at around, what, 60%? Is that right? I've seen it before. I mean, obviously, this is a very, there's no, yeah. I've seen it before. It opens at around 60, I'd say.
Well, are you not? Am I going crazy again? I made this mistake yesterday, but aren't you risking 24 to gain 24? So if you lose, if you don't recube and you lose, you're going to be
3 away, 7 away.
yeah, which leaves you with 24%. If you don't recube and win, obviously you have 76. But if you,
Yeah, so that just solves for their take point, right? So it would just be 24% would be his take point then at the score then, right? If that is what the match winning chances are at that score, which I do not know out to a 7-point.
no, I'm talking about the doubling point, right? So does it just open?
Well, that's
50?
his take point, but when does the window open?
24 over 24. 24
Well, I mean, it's
plus-
so close to a cube right now. It's 61. I'm assuming that it must be 60. Right?
Well, yes and no. Oh, now I'm
In this
showing myself.
situation.
Is that true? It depends on how many rolls you've got left, I guess.
sure.
Which is what you're saying. Which is why this play is this is so interesting. It's all about whether Michi can reach a cube conceivably on the later roll versus also what it costs him if he rolls badly here and he recubes.
And what's hilarious is that we know as observers this decision is worth virtually nothing. But he has no idea about that whatsoever. And so he's going through every game he could remember in a situation like this. He's trying to come up with how many games he thinks he wins, what his take point is, when the doubling window opens, and trying to fit all of this information into a single correct decision right now where he has to win the match and the PR, right? And if he doubles this and wins, isn't he ahead on the PR? He will win the match and the PR, and we will be pushed into the final match of this tournament.
Yeah, and that's
So- I always like seeing matches kind of settled in just one game like this in a 7-point match where you have the 4 cube turn to 8. It happened with Thomas Muir versus Inexiska last year, where Thomas had a cube at around this match-winning chances last year. And so that's the only reason why I'm slightly familiar with it, is because they had a game like this last year.
Can I just go? But I mean, it's too late now.
Nice, Michi.
Oh.
I like it. I know
I
it's
should have done this.
.006, but I love it. And, you know, he's got about 3.5 minutes to decide whether or not he wants to take. I would just wait till the universe tells me Michi's going to roll a 4-3. 2-1. Oh, the absolute second worst number on the dice, because 4-3 is certainly worse. Double 6 for Hideaki, and now double 6 for Michi, or this is over. One time for the one time. Oh, the worst. Both of these gentlemen, consummate gentlemen, and Hideaki Ueda is our champion. Congratulations to Hideaki Ueda. Thank you for joining me on this match, Simon. We had a lot of good stuff to talk about
Thank you,
here.
Justin.
And we will see you guys later. Congratulations to Hideaki Ueda. I will see you in November in Prague. I can't wait. I've never been to Prague. Should be fun.
Prague is
I will
nice.
I will see you all there. Please join us there and smash the like button. Subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. Smash the like button for Michi. Smash it for Hideaki. Smash it for Simon.
Yeah, smash it for me.
Press it gently for me. My nose is too big to be smashed. I don't want it to be broken. And I'll see you all later. Thank you. And I don't know if this is our last stream for the day. I know it's our last stream of the UBC Championship. So honestly, I wasn't sure. Round Robin was kind of cool.
Yeah, I liked
Round
it.
Robin was kind of cool, and there was plenty of drama in the end. And I think the two best players, in my opinion, of course, were here at the end battling it out match after match, which I like. And Hideaki Ueda is the winner.
Simon, why don't you get up and bring Hideaki over there?
Sure.
Hideaki Ueda is making his way over to the microphone. He's coming over. Thank you, guys. Please smash the like button for us. Very much appreciated. Hideaki Ueda taking his champion's photo by the Backgammon World Championship banner here.
Hideaki. Why don't you sit down maybe with Justin for just a second? Oh, he... Justin did the commentary.
The 2026 Contender Tournament winner, Hideaki Ueda. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Justin.
That was the most well-played series of matches I think I've ever seen. Your overall PR was like very, very, very low, unreachable for mere mortals.
Yeah, well, so the first day I played rather good than average, but yeah, the last 2 matches, my PR was not good. Yeah.
It was okay. It was okay. It was okay. You know.
Long way to go.
Yeah, for sure. How did you like this format, the round robin? I know it's brand new.
Yeah.
Did you like it? I know it's an extra step to get to the championship. I know for the viewers, they really liked it. How did you like it?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I can enjoy the serious match between several opponents in a round robin style, and yeah, that was very reasonable, I think. But to be honest, I really want to know the exact format beforehand.
Yeah, they had a printout, a pamphlet. I didn't know if all the players had access to it, but they definitely had all the rules and the format. But I don't know if that was distributed to everybody ahead of time.
Yeah, that was the most concerning.
Okay, so
for
we should
me.
definitely do a better
And
job of
during
that next time for
during
sure.
The first day, yeah.
But I had a copy of it, so yeah, for sure. I'll let you see it now that the tournament's over. Sound good? Okay. So,
Will be much better next time.
very, very nice job. Were there any like situations that came up in the matches that you were just like really unsure about? Or did you have any like favorite decisions in any of the matches or games that you remember? No. Yeah?
Plenty
Yeah.
of that. I cannot decide.
No, of course. Maybe at a later time we can go over a couple and make a video for Galaxy about some of your favorite positions from this tournament. I think it would be a nice series everyone at home would enjoy.
Sounds fun.
But I just wanted to congratulate you on your victory, and I look forward to seeing you in Prague later this year, yeah?
Yep.
Have you ever been to Prague?
Oh, no.
Me either. I look
Wow.
forward to going and not playing and just doing commentary. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you have anything you want to say to anybody at home? Feel free to say something to anyone watching.
Though, as some of the clever audience noticed that my play is not far from perfect, but I'll do my best in order to have a slight chance to beat ZZ.
Yes, I think if anyone has the opportunity to do it, the way you played this week, it will be a very, very, very strong battle, and I look forward to being there for it. So congratulations again, and I will see you, tomorrow, but also in November in Prague, I think. So I'll see you then. All right?
Thank you.
Have a good one. And
you
we're
there.
signing off. We'll see you guys later. From Hideaki Ueda, Justin Knoll, signing off. I'll see you guys later. Bye. All right, cool. Have a good one.